Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everybody, welcome back. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay, and I am your host today and every day. We made out perfectly well during the hurricane. For anyone that's wondering, trust me, with all the damage we saw, we are extremely lucky. We had internet. We had no internet for one day. That's it. We had power the whole time, so extremely lucky. Welcome back to my channel. I hope you guys are all doing well this Saturday. It is Saturday, September 28th. We are almost to October, guys. It is almost October time. Petty AF, thank you for being a member for 2 months. It's real easy, man. If y'all want to become a member, become a clicker today.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man. Click, 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 click.
Real
It's real
easy, man. I hope you guys are doing well, though. Everybody who's been flooded and in the path of the storm, our moderator, Robin, got nailed up there in South Carolina. So there's a lot going on out there other than in my state. So Angie B, thank you for gifting a membership. If you received a membership, make sure you thank Angie B. Thank you so much. Healing Nature got it. Welcome, Healing, to the Clicker crew. So I figured that we could watch this launch today before we get into Stearns. Sherry, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Woohoo! A clicker for 7 months.
These nuts.
Yes, join the Cooter Club. Cooter Club, Clicker Crew. I feel for the ones going through it. It's me too, Plant. Me too. So we have 2 astronauts. I'm a little confused on this, so we're going to walk through this. But we have 2 astronauts going up to the ISS today, if it doesn't get kaput. We've got 18 minutes till launch. We are watching NASA. As soon as this is over, we will start watching that interview of Stearns. But what I'm confused about is I thought we had a couple astronauts that were stuck there. I thought they were stuck up there, but we're sending more. I don't get it. But I have a little picture here. I thought this cracks me up. Their boots. I don't know why, but their boots crack me the F up, okay? I don't even know why. They just... But look at the boots from the 60s, okay? We're going to compare... Now look at the ones they wore in the 60s. I can't with them. They look like Danilo Cavalcante's boots. These are the boots the astronauts wore in the 60s when they went on the moon. Yeah, it's launching from Houston, I believe. From Houston. Houston, we have a problem. But those are the old school boots. And these are the new boots. They look like riding boots for real. So we're going to tune in. Oh, here they are. Let's watch. I'm going to unmute them. This is NASA TV.
Much weather improving here at the Kennedy Space Center.
Oh, it's in Florida. Kennedy Space Center, y'all. This is Florida.
Seconds away from the launch of the 9th
the way they move their feet
mission to the International Space Station under NASA's commercial
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Nope, this is Florida.
And there you heard Stage 2 LOX load has begun. The final loading of propellants.
You've seen those boots at the NASA
Falcon,
tour?
Rocket. Commander Nick Hague and mission specialist Alexander Gorbanoff are strapped
no, it's
into
Florida,
their
guys.
seats inside Dragon Freedom. As you can see right there, the Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation well underway. The launch escape
no,
system
I don't think
is
they're
armed,
exchanging.
and that means Dragon is prepared to launch itself
That's the
away
weird
from the
thing.
Falcon 9 in case of an emergency. So far, operations look and sound as expected, and we are counting down to liftoff at 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And I want to welcome in a special guest here on set now, NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson.
Okay, we're going to mute them again. But Isn't that wild? We have a hurricane come through, and then the next day we are sending people to the space station. You're watching it real time, Kennedy Space Center. Space in my boots are not as tall. LA gear? Isn't it wild? Okay, let's check out a different channel. That's NASA. Let's see. There's other channels. NASA space flight. Here, let's watch this one. See what they're talking about.
Ecosystem to use it as a backup to the parachutes.
I'll be honest, that's something I would want to get confirmed with SpaceX before commenting on it. I would assume once the launch escape has been collected, the Dragon have been used up, and then if the parachutes don't deploy, then it's going to be a very sad end of the day.
Good morning, everybody.
Good afternoon. Fact, but if the escape system is not used, then they still have hypergoals in the tank. So I'm not going to don't quote me on that. That's my assumption for the moment, but that is something I'd rather get a comment from SpaceX on.
Hey, Captain Ganja.
Nobody asked that yesterday, but that is an interesting thing that I will want to find out in the future.
But we do know now that they can actually propulsively land using those Super Draco thrusters for a normal land.
Sounds like Justin.
Well, define land. I mean, I believe.
Thank you, One-Eyed Flo. Welcome, Looking Beyond. Make sure you thank One-Eyed Flo for that membership gift. This stream sponsored by One-Eyed Flo.
Is key as we
Thank
look across
Flo.
our core. You know, we all train for various roles, and we select people that can serve in various roles and can be seamlessly thrown into different roles.
This back up.
And excited for them. We're always excited for our colleagues to have
13
an
minutes
opportunity
to
to
lift
launch into space. Of course, we
Hey,
wish we
Pearl
could
Girl.
be with them. We have trained with them for this time. We of course want to be together. We have built friendship and camaraderie and learned for the roles for the Crew Dragon and for the International Space Station. But I'm very excited for them, looking forward to hearing their stories from space and for seeing them launch.
And that launch, 12 minutes away.
12 minutes away from launch, and then we're going to get into Stephan Stearns.
Well, this is a booster that can be reused more than
he looks like Clark
with
Kent.
minimal maintenance. At the time that this launch happens,
you guys hit that like button on your way in, please.
The International Space Station, will be flying 260 statute miles over northeast Bulgaria. Crew 9 will then spend the next 28 hours or so chasing down the International Space Station for a rendezvous currently targeted for September 29th at 5:30 p.m. And we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking, which will arrive when it does dock, about 2 hours before.
Thank you for gifting a membership, Misfit Cooter. Welcome to the Clickers.
And joining us, we really appreciate
that dang old internet, man.
It's real easy, man.
For sharing your thoughts with us as we continue to count down.
T-minus 11 minutes.
11 minutes and 42 seconds and counting. Getting close to terminal count. We want to commend both
Strap
Stephanie
on
Wilson
your
and Zena
moon
Cartman
boots.
For their
we're going to the Space Center
and for their support
or Space Station
of their fellow crew members and friends who are going.
Hey,
up
Lovey. Hey, Jacqueline.
That's
hey,
right, Daryl. It's an exciting day to be here, and although 50% of us are staying on the ground this morning, we are part of this mission.
Yes, we're all good.
And we're so proud to be part of the team.
Sherry.
That got this Dragon Freedom.
Sherry. Thank you for your $20 super sticker, babe.
Today.
I appreciate that.
In about another minute or so, we'll hear the next expected call that
Thank you.
crew displays are configured for launch.
Hi, Stasia. Hi, Tiffany.
Hear at that point some great words
from our commander.
That's right. Nick Hayes
hey, Regina.
Have some words for us, so we're going to tune into that. And
Vicky,
and I
thank you for your super sticker.
Watch your friends
thank you so much, Vic.
To space. In the meantime, let's send it out.
Thank you for being a member for a month. Are you nuts? Thank you for all you do, Jay. Thank you for being here. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. Hello, MM. Hope you're doing good today.
So good news there from Mission Control. And our next major countdown event will be around the...
And SpaceX Freedom. We can confirm our displays are configured for launch.
It's a go.
I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the entire team around the world for your hard work and dedication to get us to this point. Alex and I are ready and honored to represent you and everyone back on Earth. A huge thanks to our families and friends for your unwavering support, and to Crew 9, unbreakable. We go together.
That was them. Dude, I'd be so freaking scared right now. I'm not even going to lie. Can you imagine?
SpaceX copy.
Ooh.
You've proven you're ready, Dragon.
Hey, Irish Eyes. How you
we're looking
doing?
forward to seeing a full capsule at Splashdown.
Cooter moon boots. Check.
Really exciting commentary there from Commander
Hey,
Nick
Biscuit
Cage.
Head.
And with that, we are just about 9.5 minutes to launch. And right now, the Falcon 9 launch commit criteria are being checked by our onboard computers.
Hello,
Those
Seba
launch
Wing.
commit
Tim
criteria are
Sparks.
specific thresholds and data that tell us that the rocket is healthy. There are many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight.
Thank
and now
you,
that we're
Mama
approaching
Bear,
terminal
Florida.
count, our
I hope
teams
you're
are
okay,
performing
too.
those final checks.
9 minutes till liftoff.
Just coming up on 9 minutes before launch right now, we just heard from Commander Nick Hague. He and Alexander
It looks like a little
Gorbanov are
ghost.
suited. They are seated in
The head of
Dragon
the rocket
Freedom
looks
there,
like a
as you
little
can see on the
ghost.
screen. We have teams here at Mission Control Hawthorne monitoring the vehicle, both Dragon and Falcon 9.
Hey,
Meanwhile, in
Susan
Houston, as we
McMillan
heard
from the
Nilifer,
UK.
some of those teams in console
Hey,
positions
Juno.
are
Jay
keeping tabs on the
Ballou.
space station.
This
its
is
reboot
from the Cape.
capabilities, making
8
sure
minutes.
everything is looking good for
T minus
Dragon's
8
arrival
minutes.
tomorrow. We're looking at about a 9-minute
Hey, Gone
round
Girl.
orbit today, and that's the point that the second stage will cut off. After that, Dragon and the second stage will continue to coast for another few minutes, and then they will separate. You'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into this final countdown, and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones.
8 minutes.
And there are also some other calls you'll hear the crew make after liftoff. The crew will report out on a few number and letter combinations, and these mark different abort zones through the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two are 1A and 1B, and these are available when the first stage is firing. The next are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, but we will only hear the call for 2A.
Tim, I remember
Diverting a
the
little bit
weirdest
from the other
things.
naming system, you will also hear the call Shannon, and that refers to Shannon, Ireland. That means the crew could target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to
Wow,
abort
thank
later
you,
in
Flo.
the second stage
Make
burn.
sure you guys thank
Again,
Flo
you'll
for
hear
those
these calls
memberships.
throughout the flight uphill, along
Amazing.
with the key
Thank you so
performance
much.
call-outs from the guidance,
Welcome,
navigation,
guys.
and control officer, as well as the propulsion lead.
I don't think they're saving anyone. I think they're going up there
One of
to
the next call-outs we're listening for
stay.
in our countdown is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started, which is one of the key processes that prepares the engines on board our first stage for flight.
The weather's been a little
Right now,
dicey today,
propellant
so I
in the
wasn't
tank
sure.
is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of
Hey,
liquid oxygen
Constance.
through the
It
Merlin
is
engine
exciting.
pumps, chilling those engines for the start sequence.
Stage 1.
Oh, they
engine chill
did
has
come
started.
home, Shelley? I thought they were
Confirmation there
stuck
that
till
engine chill
February.
has started. Now we do this because the super chilled and
Thank you
densified
again,
liquid
Flo.
oxygen
That
on
was so
board
nice
is
of you.
really,
Make sure you
cold.
guys thank
So
Flo
we
for
use
those
the
memberships
process
now.
to bring that engine
Now.
hardware down to a
Kitties.
cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. At liftoff, Falcon 9 is consuming 700 gallons of fuel per second.
Their boots.
So engine chill helps us to prevent thermal shock and ensures nominal engine performance.
Thank you.
The next thing we're listening in for is the confirmation that RP1 load has been completed on board Stage 1.
RP1 is that densified kerosene or rocket fuel that propels the
Let me look
crew
it up and
into
see
orbit.
if they
All of that RP1 is
came
fully,
back.
or we are waiting to hear that it is fully loaded onto the rocket, and the second stage loading was completed earlier. So we're still loading liquid oxygen as well on the first and second stages.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Stage 1
Confirmation
fuel
right on
load
time that
complete.
RP1, the densified kerosene loading is now complete. Again, still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. We need this to combine with the densified kerosene. That RP1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine
No,
with
they're
in
still
order
there.
to ignite. Coming up next at the 5-minute mark, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal
They're
count
still
and then
stuck there.
transition over to
They're stuck
internal
there
power.
till-
And then we'll hear the propellant takes on Falcon 9.
Oh,
are
this
getting
is
ready
the
to
rescue
pressurize,
mission,
which means
yes.
They'll have some additional rigidity and structural support for the rocket.
This is
as
a
we get ready
rescue
for the
mission.
strong
Holy
back to
shit.
retract. The
Okay,
strong
hold
back
on.
provides access to
This is a fucking, excuse my language. This is a rescue mission. NASA to launch rescue mission today for Boeing astronauts stuck on ISS. NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov are slated to take off in SpaceX Crew Dragon from Cape Canaveral at 1:17 Eastern. This is the start of a mission to bring home 2 astronauts stuck in orbit after flying on Boeing's Starliner. They're going to rescue them. Elon to the rescue. They were meant to have a 4-person crew, but NASA removed 2 crew members to make room for the Starliner duo after technical failures with Boeing's spacecraft. Astronauts Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson relinquished their seats so their colleagues could return to Earth. Oh my gosh. They've been on the ISS since June 6th. Okay, let's go back. Holy crap.
To see those clamp arms opening up around stage 2. What's going to happen now is that our strong back will recline just about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. But the TE will throw back all the way to 45 degrees at liftoff, clearing the way for Falcon 9 to leave the pad.
Can you guys hear it okay? T-minus 3 minutes, 54 seconds.
Route the vehicle's fluid and telemetry lines
I know,
all the way up to
Boeing.
the rocket and our spacecraft today.
Thank you, True Love, so much. Thank True Love for your memberships, guys.
Moving away from Falcon 9 and Dragon.
That's so nice. Paying it forward, True Love.
With that, we are just about 30 seconds away from LOX load completion on board the first stage.
Space Cooter. Cooters in space. I hope they can save them for real, though. I need a hero.
As Rodney mentioned,
you're going to see Elon. I'm holding up for a hero in the end of the night.
Oxygen loading will finish again. This is required
Hi, Nicole.
to
Hi.
combine with that RP1, the dead
Hi, Loaded Hot,
to give us the chemical composition we need to propel the rocket into space. All of these white clouds of vapor you see on your screen are normal.
Rocket Man Cooter.
See them build as we get closer to launch.
They got stuck because there was helium leaks in the Boeing, and they couldn't come back.
Some of that does boil off in the hot
Boeing got them stuck there. Hey, 13th hour.
Stage 1 LOX load is
Hey,
complete.
Nanya. What's up, Joe?
Right on time.
Dragon in terminal count and on internal power.
We go 2 minutes, T-minus 2 minutes, 37
on
seconds.
Stage 1, and that Dragon is on internal power.
Cooters.
We are expecting LOX loading to last for just about another 30 seconds on board
Cooter
stage
boots.
2. And then we should see a vent down of the TE LOX lines. That's going to produce another one of those large white clouds
Oh, I
moving away
couldn't
from the
sit
vehicle.
still.
Again, as Leah just mentioned, that is totally normal.
I'd be so
and
anxious
when
right
that
now.
Cooler liquid oxygen
I'd be
that's
moving my
venting
feet
off
around
the
in those
surface of the
boots like,
tanks
oh my
comes into
God.
contact with that
I'm
humid
strapped
Florida air
in,
along the space
and I'm going
coast.
into space. Hey, Pam. Good to see you. Lisa, good to see you. Russians and Americans working together, how it should be. Kenny, I have a hard time believing that we don't like Russia like they tell us we do. We don't. Hey,
We're standing by
Vestiges.
now for stage 2 liquid oxygen loading to be complete.
T-minus 1 minute,
Stage 2
49
LOX load is
seconds.
complete.
Dragon in auto idle.
Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that.
With confirmation of that liquid oxygen load complete, gas closeout has
Gas closeout has started.
You know Butch?
Expect loud venting.
Hey, Ramblin'.
right on time. That gas closeout has begun. So we are now isolating all the feed lines for the different
Oof.
gas systems from the Falcon 9
Nerve-wracking.
rocket. Those will then get vented overboard
You're a
through the
reverter.
umbilicals
Gone,
and
girl.
the strong back itself. And you can actually hear that venting right now.
Reverter.
Now,
Did
something
y'all-
else you'll see
John
is our
Gone.
sound
Did you see the
suppression
new body
technique.
cam
Our
of
rockets are
Reverter?
super
What a
loud,
biatch.
And that sound can impart pressure loads back on the rocket itself. So just before liftoff, you'll see a ton
Aw,
of
Vicky,
water
thank you for
dumping
your
onto the
PayPal. I
pad.
appreciate
this absorbs
you.
and prevents the sound from
That is
hitting
so
the
nice. Thank
structure
you. That
and
helps so
reverberating
much.
back onto the rocket, which could
Bypassing that YouTube. Thank you so much, Vicky.
Dragon
All right, let's
countdown.
go. 53 seconds.
Now that we are in countdown,
Cross
the
your
flight
fingers and cross
the
your
flight
toes.
Computer on Dragon will switch to countdown mode. And we've also heard the flight
Freedom,
termination
SpaceX.
system is armed.
Go for launch.
To go. That's crazy, Joe.
Freedom is go for launch.
It's a go.
That's our final
Thanks,
go for
Stacy.
launch. SpaceX reporting go and the crew reporting
T-minus
go.
30 seconds.
Here it goes, guys.
standing by for the first launch of
10,
humans
9,
from Space
13th,
Launch
that's
Complex
adorable.
7, 6, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition full power, and liftoff.
Here we go.
Crew 9, go SpaceX, go Falcon.
I love when they all clap.
Liftoff of Crew 9 now soaring to the International Space Station.
Stage 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Copy, 1 Alpha.
Those 9 Merlin engines now providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust, propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 9 and continuing to get good calls from teams here on the ground.
Angie, suppository.
Of course, these incredible views mean we are just a little bit past 30 minutes or 30 seconds into our 9th rotational crew mission.
Power, telemetry nominal.
Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9 with good callouts from mission control that everything is looking good. With that, stage 1 is throttling down to pass through
Wow,
max
look at that
Q,
view.
which is the period of maximum dynamic pressure on
How long
Falcon
does it
9
take them to
during
get up
ascent.
there?
Max Q.
Confirmation of max Q.
Potato!
Vehicle is supersonic.
Oh my god, I would throw
Falcon
up.
9 is now traveling faster than the speed of sound.
They're supersonic now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Baby deep. The tip. Just the tip.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That call out for 1 Bravo means we're in the second and final abort mode for the first stage and continuing to get good performance.
And vac chill is underway.
Crew is
It's
pulling
too cloudy,
just
Barbie.
over 2 Gs at this point. Next up, we heard the
They're going to
engine
the
chill on
space
the
station,
second
Pink
stage
Banjo.
MVAC engine has begun, and then we will have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off
Supersonic
ahead of the first and the second
Hey, NH
stages,
girl.
and then will separate from one another. Then that
This makes me
single Merlin
nervous.
vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 9 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth. Two minutes in, and the crew is now traveling over 2,600 miles
launched
per hour.
out of Florida today. Weak-hearted cooter. Hey, Mr. Quinn.
Stage 1 is throttling down.
Confirmation there from mission control that stage 1 is throttling down as we prepare for main engine
I always
cutoff,
think of the
followed
Challenger
shortly
too,
thereafter by
Allie.
stage separation
It's creepy.
and second engine start 1. You did hear mission control out that we are chilling our...
MECO.
There's confirmation of MECO.
I don't know,
Separation
Dr. Vona.
confirmed.
There's
Stage 2 Alpha.
And back ignition.
stage 1. Okay, that
Copy,
thing's
2
going
Alpha.
back to Earth.
With that, we have had confirmation of MECO, stage SEP, and the ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2.
Look at the ham
Our
foil.
next major milestone is going to be the beginning
Look
of
at the
stage
foil.
1 boost back burn, which
looks
is
so
expected
flimsy.
in just a couple of seconds here.
Yeah, we had a hurricane.
Of course,
Yes,
if you
and
are
the
just
next
joining
day
us,
we're
you've
doing
got views
this.
of our first stage on the left-hand side of
Is
your
this
screen
real
and
life,
of
guys?
MVAC burning with our Crew 9 astronauts aboard.
How
up
does
in
that
space
ham
on the
foil
right-hand
not
side of
catch
your
fire?
screen.
Now we are coming up on 3 minutes and 20 seconds since liftoff today, traveling over 4,000 miles per hour
Oh my God.
and 76 miles downrange.
4,000 miles an hour, Coots. The Reynolds rap. It's so
As our first
wild.
stage makes its way back to Earth, we are tracking a landing attempt today at landing zone 1, not too far from where we lifted off in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Confirmation there that both vehicles
Copy, nominal trajectory.
are on
As
nominal
little as
trajectories.
4
Everything
hours
looking
or
good.
as long as a few
Everything
days?
is looking good.
It can get there in
And we're
4
getting good
hours.
performance on that single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The crew's G-load dips right now. We are going to prepare to hit the separation event. Right now they're about 1 G, which is about what we're used to experiencing on Earth.
I know, April. I'd be passed out too. I can barely handle a roller coaster.
Crew is traveling almost 5,000 miles per
Let
hour
alone
now
this
and
shit.
105 miles in altitude.
It's tinfoil hat. It's becoming deflated. Look, you can
As
see
we
right
await the
through
entry
it.
burn for our first stage, you are getting great views of it on the left-hand side of your screen. You can also see 2 of our titanium grid fins, which are the primary mechanical structures.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Confirmation there from Mission Control that everything is still looking good.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
Now, as I mentioned, those grid fins are the primary mechanical structures that we use to steer the booster back toward its landing zone, which today is LZ-1 at Cape Canaveral.
G-force scooter.
Just as kind of a quick point of reference, those grid fins are about 4 by 5 feet, so roughly the size of a coffee table.
It looks like Jiffy Pop popcorn. Yeah, I can barely handle roller coasters or
Getting
rides.
our first tracking shots of the booster on its way back to Earth. Again, we are tracking the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen and MVAC up in space on the right.
And we do continue to hear good calls for that second stage. Again, we will
I know.
see
I
this
wonder what it
continue to
feels
fire
like when they go through the
until
atmosphere.
Close to 9 minutes
if they like
into
get
the flight.
knocked out.
Now at 5 minutes and 45
I
seconds
wouldn't be able to
since
breathe.
liftoff today. This is accelerating
Stasia,
Dragon to more
welcome
than
to the clicker crew.
17,000.
SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
More good news.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
This second stage is bringing Dragon to more than 17,000
Dragon. They're
miles
such
per hour.
nerds.
That puts our
Dragon.
crew in orbit. And the single Merlin vacuum engine can produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space.
I hope we can watch the rescue. Like, I hope they have their cameras going when they get up there and they can rescue him and get him in there. Cooter booster. Booster cooter. Women can handle higher G-forces than men. Hence why we can give birth. Is that true?
Stage 1 does perform 3 burns on its way back
Tara?
to Earth. The first is the boost back burn, followed shortly thereafter by the entry burn. The entry burn is used by Falcon 9 to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
So it's going to land in the water and
Nominal
then they're going to
trajectory
retrieve
there
it,
from
right?
Mission Control.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
That entry burn is, of course, followed by the landing burn, during which time we'll light 3 of the Merlin engines on board the first stage.
I couldn't get
And we
through the
expect to see
train
that landing burn just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit. So we have 2 very exciting phases of flight. Both
Joe,
for
me
our
too.
First stage and our
I can't
Crew 9
handle anything
astronauts happening
anymore.
here at the same time.
There it is. It doesn't even land in the water. It lands right back down on the landing pad. Holy fuck.
Stage 2, FTS has based.
I mean, that's some amazing shit. That thing can come back down and land right where it took off.
So a great touchdown of stage 1 there just a second ago. And now, of course, we are continuing to follow our Crew 9 astronauts.
There's the
on their way
close-up
to
of that
space.
foil.
And we continue to get good calls for this second stage. That Merlin vacuum engine continuing to fire and propel our
Merlin?
crew, now moving over 12,600 miles per hour and 611 miles downrange. Just over 8 minutes since liftoff today, so we are expecting to see this continue
Crime,
to fire
I
until
remember
just
that
about
lady.
the 9-minute mark, at which point this engine will cut off. And of course, Dragon will coast for a few minutes, still attached
Terminal
to the
guidance.
second stage.
Hey, Shaniqua. It depends on the wind, Mr. Quinn. That was pretty cool, though. Clap for perfect landing.
Shannon.
That
A
call-
baby
Copy,
born in
Shannon.
space.
That
Ooh,
call is for Shannon,
creepy
Ireland.
John
That
gone.
would be the abort zone if we were to abort at this point in the flight. However, we are continuing to hear good calls about Dragon's performance.
She drove across the country
And
all
back
jealous in a diaper. People do crazy things, man, for
Confirmation
jealousy.
of the Merlin vacuum engine shutting down.
Vacuum cooter shutting down.
Dragon, SpaceX.
Now
nominal
it's going to
orbit
pop
insertion.
like popcorn.
Good news there from
And Freedom
Mission,
copies, nominal orbital insertion.
from Mission Control and our crew that we have had nominal
Correct.
orbit
Did you
insertion.
see it? It
Launch
puffed up.
escape system disarmed.
And they went off it. It puffed up.
Freedom copies, LES disarmed.
Now it's not moving at all. It's just floating.
In 9 quick minutes, we now have 2 new crew members on their way to the International Space Station, having taken off from
Dude, that looks
Space
weird.
Launch Complex 40.
Where's the stars at?
The crew now being in a good or expected orbit. We'll continue to coast for these few minutes, and then we get our first views inside the capsule of our two crew members, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. They are just continuing to stay in their suits and in their seats during this dynamic portion of the flight. We're going to continue to coast for a few minutes after this second stage engine cutoff. This allows the rates and motion from that long burn to settle out. There are some small reaction thrusters on the upper stage or the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion. That basically makes sure we get a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon, and that'll happen about 12
determined
minutes into the
cooter.
flight. So about a minute and a half from now, we expect to see Dragon actually separating from the second stage. Again, we did hear the crew has been successfully inserted into a good orbit. And again, this is them now in microgravity, one of them, Alexander Gorbanov, for the very first time.
Look at, he's like, this is weird.
So as I
October
mentioned, we are now just a
12th.
few minutes away from the
Congratulations.
separation of Dragon from stage 2, during which time a number of activation checkouts occur. Automatically, first we're going to be checking out 12 of the Draco maneuvering thrusters.
Laura, do you think that we'd even have NASA if it wasn't for Elon? They were ready to pack it. Wait,
first going to get ready for that nose cone.
They were ready to pack up NASA with Obama. Remember, Obama was like, no more funding for NASA. And then came Elon Musk. Spaceball Scooter. I love that. I love that movie.
Dragon's docking adapter. It's also covering 4 of our Draco thrusters that will be used for the majority of different phasing burns required as Dragon chases down the space station. We are currently standing by for that separation, which could happen anytime in the next couple of minutes.
All right, we're standing by for separation. I'd be so worried I couldn't breathe.
Currently, you can see the crew is just relaxing in their seats. They are definitely vigilant, though. They are able to monitor those crew displays in front of them, keep up with what's going on in the mission. They could take control if they needed to. However, it's been a seamless
Those boots
ride
kill
to
me,
space
man.
today.
They're like those, what are those rubber boots called that everybody wore a couple years
into
back?
Dragon's trunk, looking
Hunters?
at the heat shield on the bottom of Dragon.
Hey,
The Crew
Clue
9 will
season.
use when it returns home early next year.
There's the separation.
Dragon,
Wow.
SpaceX, Dragon separation confirmed.
It doesn't even look real, guys. It's so weird. How is it so clear? We can't even get
There you heard
newscasts
from
that
Mission
clear.
Control,
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. Nick, Alex, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9 today and wish you a great mission.
We thank you for flying with Falcon 9.
And Freedom, this launch director on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX launch and recovery team, I'd like to extend our congratulations to the entire Crew 9 team. Zena, Stephanie, Nick, Alex, Butch, and Sonny.
Now bring
It was
those
an honor to be
guys
part of
back.
this mission with all of you. I'd also like to give a shout out to the Falcon 9 Crew 9 combo. The best bundle in the league, baby. Godspeed, Crew 9.
It's so clear. Like, we can't even get news that clear on Earth.
Couldn't say it any better. Thank you, guys. You know, we had the opportunity to meet so many people that were involved with the Falcon 9, and along the way,
We're just orbiting.
was a sweet ride. I'm pretty sure my youngest son would say it was Sigma. Alex has got a few words to add as well.
Here's Alex. Does he speak English?
All the agencies that made this launch possible. Roscosmos, NASA, Big SpaceX. And thank you to my family and friends for their support.
We can barely hear the guy.
And also
I'm sorry, I'm
I'd
going to
like
mute him for a minute.
my-
We can barely hear him, but we're expected to believe that Nixon picked up his green corded phone and said, "Hello, Buzz. How are things on the moon, buddy?" 2024, we can't even fucking hear him.
На орбиту за очередной успешный запуск и также поблагодарить родных и близких за поддержку. Спасибо.
Crazy cooters is what I call these guys. Did y'all ever see that, though? Nixon's like, "Hello, Buzz," and he's like, "No delay."
Incredible
Hello,
words from
President.
our commander, and great views of Dragon up in orbit on your screen right now.
Vestiges, I get you. 720p.
been about 14 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hey, I'm streaming in high def. I'm streaming in 4K, I think. 1080. I think I am, Vestiges.
Coming up on 15 minutes now since liftoff today. You got a quick look inside the capsule.
Yeah, I can't afford Starlink. I'd love to.
Nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy is in progress.
And Freedom copies all. Thank you.
I don't believe we did either,
Our
Misfit.
nose cone deploy is underway. That means that the 6 hooks that hold the nose cone in place during launch and the ascent portions of flight have begun to retract. That will allow the nose cone to start to swing open and deploy. That will uncover a number of critical systems.
Hey, Miranda,
for the
we're
flight up
doing
to the
good.
space
Thank you
station,
for checking
including
in
the
on
forward
us.
bulkhead thrusters and the docking hatch.
Hey, Kendo. I'm at 4K if I'm on stream. If I'm on
Incredible views from our
OBS.
crew up in space on your screen
If I'm
right
on the
now,
other
but I'm sure
program, it's
nothing compared to the view out of
720p.
Dragon's window as they make their way to the space station.
I can only imagine. And that journey to the space station will take about 28 hours, so they won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon.
Lucid, that's funny.
In the meantime, they will have the opportunity to get out of their suits, to get out of their seats as well, and kind of just enjoy the ride. They're going to shift into some off-duty
I know. I'm
allows
shocked
them
by that
to,
too, Mystic.
To prepare any food that they would want to. That
There's
allows
2 more
them
storms
to,
out there too that they're
maybe
looking
even
at.
call down to the ground. They will also obviously get some sleep before a really big day tomorrow.
No, we're getting to
monitoring
the
arrival
interview,
and docking
Mandy.
to the International Space
We're
Station.
watching history
Of course,
first.
we're going to cover all of that live. I'm really looking forward to seeing.
So they are going to rescue these people. Thank you, Regina. To infinity and beyond, Cooter. Thank you, Regina. But let me show you guys before we get into Stearns. Starlink satellite. I wonder if you can get it in your vehicle. Like if I were to have like a travel van, if I could get Starlink. So, I know I can get it at my house. Let's go Clearwater. Let's just put this in. It's expensive. You have to buy the no long-term contract, 30-day trial. There is a congestion charge in your area. $120 a month for service and $299 for hardware. Actually, he came down on the hardware. $299 to buy it and $120 a month. But an extra congestion charge due to network congestion in your area. There is a one-time charge to purchase Starlink. Our intention is to no longer charge this fee to new customers as network capacity improves. Huh. And can you put it anywhere, I wonder? You can get mobile? That's crazy, man. Most people who live in RVs use Starlink. Hey, Snazzy. All right. Thank you for watching that with me. That was... We watch a little bit of history. We're space nerds over here. So when things happen in space, we put on the brakes. So... You can take it with you. Yeah.
In every alcohol that we had.
Okay, so let's get into the Stearns interview now.
If you are new to our channel, I am Lauren Matthias, criminal. Who've set up with for boyfriends for quite some time. We are...
Okay, so this is Hidden True Crime. This is Lauren and Dr. John. They are a couple. If you're not familiar with them, the link to this video and the link to their channel is in the description of this video. So we are going to step into this interview with Chris and Debbie Stearns, the parents of Stephan. Here we go.
With 2 very important guests today. This is an exclusive interview, and we're going to let them share why they are choosing to
I'm
do
going to
this
try to
interview
make
with
this bigger.
us, the Hidden True Crime. But we are actually with Deborah and Chris Stearns. Many of you might recognize their names from interviews with police that you've heard, or their names from documents, FOIA documents.
Oh yeah, they're very
They are
upset
the
about that
parents
too.
of Stephan Stearns,
Vicky,
who
thank
is now
you.
behind bars, charged with crimes against Madeline Soto. I'll leave it at that. And I just want to say, no one wants to be in your situation right now.
No, we don't.
And we are so grateful, though, that you feel safe.
How's that, guys?
Coming here to Hidden True Crime, to sharing your side of the story and what is going on in your hearts and in your minds. And so with that,
thank you, Regina.
Why don't we start honestly with sharing what I think many people might be wondering? Why are you choosing to do an interview today?
Well, we've had, first of all, you're thrusted into a limelight that you would never expected to experience in your entire life. I apologize for having Lacey here, but we want to have much silence as possible from the dogs. We need to bring the ringleader in here.
Poodle Cooter.
So she's the one that's quite vocal and wants attention, so I apologize. She'll be quiet, hopefully, right, Lacey? Okay. But anyway, no one ever grows up expecting to experience this. You've seen it on the news, you've seen it in the papers, and oh my gosh, how tragic that is. And all of a sudden you find yourself in the same similar situation. We had provided from the very beginning.
So we all know from the FOIA documents that, they breed these poodles, and these poodles were like a very big part of their life. Okay. And that's Lacey.
Proactively very cooperative with the police authorities. I mean, I was caught off guard that Wednesday that Stephan was arrested, not even aware that he was being arrested that evening. I thought I was waiting many, many, many hours to have a conversation with the police to learn what was going on, and if I could contribute any information, I would, and not realizing that he was already arrested and actually had been transported away from Orange County down to Osceola County. Never learned until days later that he was arrested. I thought I was just there to help provide some information regarding the disappearance of Maddie. And obviously we learned much later that this turned into something more serious.
You think?
And we also, at least I thought, and continue to think later with the police interviews here at our home, that our conversation was confidential and certainly wouldn't be released to the public, only to have every word and nuance scrutinized and analyzed, and opinions formed about it that is so out of mischaracterizing us and just a lot of speculation and conjectures. So anyway,
the reason we're doing this today, Lauren and John, is because with the docket dump that went out there, we no longer feel constrained to keep silent and let people keep castigating us and dragging us through the muck for no reason, using lies, conjectures, embroidering facts that they do have, making up facts that they don't. It's become a very incestuous
snake. Now, what do we think about this? What do we think about them coming out and defending themselves? What would you do in this situation? Would you come out and defend yourselves? I wouldn't. I'd shut my freaking mouth. I'd be ashamed of my son. And I wouldn't have a freaking word to say about it to the public. What do you guys think? What would you do? It's hard to put ourselves in this position. But I would have a really hard time even coming out on YouTube to defend myself. Like, these are Freedom of Information Act documents, okay? Florida has the Sunshine Statutes. There's nothing you can do about it. There's not a damn thing you can do about it.
snake pit of lies, innuendo, and just ugliness. And I don't understand why any parent would be subjected to that, because we didn't take part in any of the crimes. Is it a crime to give birth to somebody? I mean, why are we blamed?
Perhaps maybe we need to share something with everyone before we go any further, because it might not be obvious to many watching. Where are you in accepting the reason your son is behind bars? Are you in a place of understanding what he did? Are you believing? Where are you?
Totally.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
the last data dump that they had a few weeks ago, and I went through line by line and then shared with Debbie the chronology of the events, the narrative summary and such, that it's very conclusive, and it does, in our mind, indicate Stephan is a lone perpetrator, as much as we want to believe what he said, that there are other people involved. And again, that's out there in a prior phone conversation.
So Stephan is saying there's other people involved besides Jen? Am I understanding that correctly? You feel bad for these two, Barbie? They are being crucified for their son? Well, I don't know. I mean, this guy's behavior has been bad for a long time. Since he was a teen. I don't know, man.
That Stephan said, but you look at the evidence that's been presented, and it's pretty conclusive that there doesn't appear to be anybody else involved, and that he is the lone perpetrator. And certainly he was guilty of the images that he found on his phone. And then later the charges were expanded to include murder. Whether it was premeditated, I don't.
Does it matter? Really? Oh, we found the images, and then, whether it was premeditated or not.
I don't to include he found on his phone. And then later the charges were expanded to include murder. Whether it was premeditated, we don't think that. We don't think that. And again, we won't know 100% of the story until if and when he ever provides testimony.
Y'all, this guy had a sex torso in his parents' house. A sex torso. If your grown son had a sex torso in your home, do you think you'd know? His mother was cleaning his room when he was at Jen's. He had a sex torso.
But obviously he was involved in her death, and nobody else was. But I don't want to believe that it was premeditated, but I can't rule that out. But we hold him 100% accountable for his actions, and we obviously are extremely disappointed by that.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's been a process, but in other words, you're learning everything as the public learns it.
Yeah. We're not privy to
Nobody's
anything.
giving us a heads up on anything.
Yeah.
That we're mushrooms. We're kept in the dark.
Yeah, man,
We're
the only
mushrooms?
time we know is all of a sudden we're getting these text messages and heads up alerts from our friends. You go, hey, you got to see this out there. And I go, oh my gosh, what does this mean? I mean, I looked.
Well, Nick, he lived at home. If he had lived on his own and his dad wasn't paying his way and shit, I would say no. Leave him alone. He lived there. His mommy was cleaning his room. He had a sex torso. His dad gave the cops a computer with no hard drive in it, and the hard drive was in the damn storage unit.
For the news every day, and I don't see anything, and then all of a sudden it's out there, and these videos and YouTube channels have a field day, and it's been that way for weeks ever since. And the challenge is going to be is that we do know that we were told the other day that this is going to be multiple years before it goes to trial. Given the gravity of the charges and knowing what the penalty is, we're resigned to accept that fate and the fact that we could lose them in a multitude of ways. You know, at any given time, some prisoner in the jail could off them and we just deal with it on a day-to-day basis. We could get that phone call one day, so we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah,
exactly, Catherine.
I told you, I think before, this is the most protracted death of a child that you can go through, because they're already gone to you. We'll never touch him again. We aren't allowed to see him right now. And, he's out there, but he's not available. I mean, if he'd been hit by a car, it would have been easier on us, because the grieving period could go, instead of grieving for years and years.
If he had been hit by a car, it would be easier for us. I don't know, man. I haven't heard them mention Madeline one time. We are so disturbed. We are so distraught. We are so disgusted that this little girl was treated so horribly by our son. Oh, it's about us. If he had been hit by a car, it'd be easier for us. I'm sorry, but when there is a little girl that is dead, it's no longer about you.
Years and years while he's still alive, and we can't have any access to him.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
For over 3 weeks now, and we don't know why. I called the other day inquiring about his wellness, and
this dude did a wellness check to the fucking jail, guys. To the jail and wellness check. Listen to this.
And the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay." Because we haven't heard from him. Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. I said, he wants to talk to us.
Oh, I'm doing a wellness check on my son. I mean, sorry, Mr. Stearns.
God almighty.
But you've got to stop coddling your son. Enough. Let him sit in solitary. He murdered a 13-year-old little girl after abusing her for years and years and years and years. I don't think I could even look in my son's eyes for a very, very long time.
We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to jail. And the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay." Because we haven't heard from him. Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. I said, he wants to talk to us. We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to communication, which we think he is. And I think it's...
Look at Dr. John taking mental notes.
That the guards are intentionally preventing him from getting access to where we can communicate with him. He's in solitary confinement.
The guards are deliberately not letting him speak with his parents. Wah. Take your fucking punishment, Stearns.
It's been that way since February, nearly 8 months.
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
My thoughts exactly, Lauren.
I remember you telling us that in an earlier conversation too, that it would be easier almost it would be easier to mourn his death than this, because you also have to realize and mourn Madeline, who you knew as well.
The whole thing we do, and we're accused of being cold and impartial people. And I mean, they made a big deal of the fact that I went outside and was screaming Madeline's name. I wasn't looking for her in the woods. I was talking to God. That's my privilege, to talk to my God. I was asking, why Madeline, and where is she? I'm sorry.
But we, every day, all of this is in our minds. We talk about it often, and we're private people. We keep our emotions to ourselves as best as possible, but we certainly, there's no way that this will escape us on a daily basis. It's impossible for that to happen. We're forever living with this, and I just wish there was. I just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stephan. I had no idea.
His mom says, we did it. Listen.
Just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stephan. I had no idea.
Yeah.
The only thing that we knew that was wrong, and we addressed it immediately, was when we became aware of the co-sleeping arrangements. And they were here at our house. And at that point, I put my foot down and said, Madeline's not sleeping in the room with you. She's too old for that. And I said, you need to stop doing that at home.
Okay, so what I don't understand about Mrs. Stearns here is that she says she notified Stephan, this is not okay to co-sleep with you and Jen. But why would she have Madeline then sleep with her? Why can't Madeline have her own little sleeping area? Why can't Madeline have the bed to herself? Why can't Madeline sleep on the couch? Why does Madeline have to be moved from somebody's bed? We got her bio dad wanting to do a Maddie sandwich when she went to Texas. What is going on? It's weird.
Too. Now I talked to both Jen and to Stephan. And Jen says, well, she comes in at night. She gets scared. She comes in at night and climbs into bed, and I can't stop her. I said, does your door have a lock on? She said, yes. I said, well, then use the damn lock.
So Stephan's mom says, lock her out of the bedroom then. Jen says, oh, well, she can't. She comes in when she's scared. She comes in when she's scared. Do we need some doggy cam emotional support through this? Let's get baby. She's taking a nap here. Here's your emotional support. So she says, oh, well, use the lock. Damn. Lock Maddie out.
And I says, well, she comes in at night. She gets scared. She comes in at night and climbs into bed, and I can't stop her. I said, does your door have a lock on? She said, yes. I said, well, then use the damn lock. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then to send your child off to sleep with a man in another room in a single bed together.
Okay, but you forget your son is the one who went and slept in bed with her. Does she forget that? Does she forget that even if Jen said, hey, Stephan, you and Maddie go upstairs. Do they realize that their son didn't have to put his hands on Madeline? That is his choice as well? Gross.
Who is not a biological relative, and even biological relatives can't be trusted. I mean, seriously, how many people have you heard of in that situation with family members? So I just, I saw red when I heard that. And it's
did you on that issue? Did you? I know you. It sounds like you chastised them about sleeping in the same bed, but did you ever get a chance to sit down and talk to Stephan about that issue
exactly
in more detail?
I didn't think I had to. I did not think I had to.
Well,
but I did bring Madeline in, and she stayed with me in my room anytime they came to visit.
Can you imagine staying in a room with this woman? Now, no offense, Mrs. Stearns. I know y'all watch everything. I don't know you personally, but you don't seem very warm and fuzzy. And I heard in the FOIA documents that Mrs. Stearns, when Maddie slept in her bed, to keep Maddie in there, in my opinion, she had all these dogs on the bed. And she said, if you get up, they're going to go ballistic. So Maddie was basically, in my opinion, stuck in this woman's bed with these fucking poodles and told if she got up, they were going to go nuts. So she had to stay in that bed. And that to me is weird. These people are weird.
Right. Yeah, you guys said that in one of your interviews that she was in. Was both of you guys bad, or was it?
No, we are what they call now sleep divorced. We have separate rooms because we can't sleep together. We love each other, absolutely.
She's insomniac and a night person. I'm a morning person, and
we both snore.
And so it would be the battle of the lumber.
So that's what Maddie had to sleep with her, was the battle of the lumber with all these fucking poodles. And this woman's like, oh, everything was normal here. Hi, Miss Dorky. Good to see you.
Lumberjacks. And so in order for both of us to get sleep, we sleep in separate rooms. We sleep with the dogs.
We split the dogs up.
We call it bitches and bros. I get the boys, she gets the girls.
We call it bitches and bros. These people are bizarre. We call it bitches and bros. She gets the girls, I get the boys.
These nuts.
And they provide warm comfort, and they're
security.
They're great sleep mates. So, and of course, and if I'm not here, they all sleep with Debbie. And God forbid somebody try to come in the house, they're going to have 5 Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass going after them. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning.
You hear that? Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning. This is all about talking to the public. Leave us the fuck alone. We have these dogs. They'll tear your fucking ass up. Well, bitches and bros. That's weird. Or he sleeps with the males. I sleep with the females.
Heads up.
Yeah, to all
What's
those
up,
YouTubers,
Meredith?
We'll get into that too.
But Debbie did talk to Stephan and Madeline individually, and
together.
Yeah, it didn't. So
I think it went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop, but they never got to do it here, and I did not. And then we were chastised because we didn't allow them to vape in our home, and somehow they figured out that we don't smoke. We only drink occasionally. I can't turn down a margarita at a Mexican restaurant, and we don't do drugs.
People are fucking weird.
I don't even like doing prescribed drugs. That I won't take pain pills. I did the whole heart surgery on nothing but extra strength Tylenol. I can't take it. Some of it I'm allergic to, but they said we.
Why is this all about them? I mean, I'm sorry, but why are they trying to prove so hard that they don't drink? They don't take prescriptions. No one cares if you take prescriptions. Exactly, Sharon. Oh my God, you took the words out of my mouth. Like, no one fucking cares what you got through surgery taking. It's weird. It's like, thou not protest too much?
We thought we were superior because of that. That's not true. That's our choice. But also my choice is, I don't want cigarette smoke and marijuana smoke in my home. It makes me ill. I don't.
But it doesn't make you ill that Stephan had a sex torso in his room, and he had a pigsty that you had to go in and clean. A grown ass man. Jesus, she worried about the wrong things, in my opinion.
Like the smell of it. I don't want to be around it.
It sounds like, Deborah, that Madeline occasionally was in your bed. Did you guys have a close relationship with Madeline? Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yes, I taught her to crochet. We sat and did artwork together. We did projects. I was teaching her how to cook. She spent a lot of time with me when she wasn't in there watching movies with them. So we actually put Disney on our TV here so she could sit out in the family room with us.
Disney. We actually put Disney on in our family room. Disney.
Wow. I thought we were giving Jen and Stephan alone time as a couple. I tried to be respectful of their space.
Yeah.
Taking on Madeline, but Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was
happy. Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy. I don't see sorrow. And I'm not trying to be mean to these people, but I don't see sorrow. I think they believe that Maddie was promiscuous. Remember his mom said in the one interview that came out in all of the document dumps that Maddie was like putting her, was like flirty with Stephan. Do you remember that?
Precocious, smiling.
Precocious.
Yeah.
That's what she said to the cops, that Maddie was precocious.
Taking on Madeline. But Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She had
giggled a lot.
She giggled a lot. This is a horrible loss in the world.
Precocious. Indicative of early development. Precocious. Of a child having developed certain abilities at an earlier age than usual. Precocious of a plant flowering or fruiting earlier than usual. Precocious. How dare her?
Happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She had
giggled a lot.
She giggled a lot. This is a horrible loss in the world. That child, she should still be here. She should still be here.
Yeah. Did you? So you just described kind of the bright side of Madeline, that she was happy and giggled a lot.
Where's the Kleenex?
Did you ever,
for Miss Stearns?
She was next to you in bed. Did you ever notice any distress?
No.
From her? Did you ever feel like maybe she wanted to talk to you about something she couldn't, or did you get any of that?
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stephan would be sitting on the sofa, and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And none of that.
You about something she couldn't.
This is absolutely appalling.
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stephan would be sitting on the sofa, and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And Madeline is the one that told me about the co-sleeping. Not Stephan and not Jen.
Look at her face. If you see the 13-year-old, 12-year-old doing this with your son, see something, say something. That ain't normal.
Matt is telling she loved. There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stephan would be sitting on the sofa, and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And Madeline is the one that told me about the co-sleeping. Not Stephan and not Jen. Madeline did. When she related, she said it was a funny story. She says, I was in bed with Mom and Stephan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him, and she went, isn't that funny? I said, no, it's not. In bed with Mom and Stephan. She related, she said it was a funny story. She says, I was in bed with Mom and Stephan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him, and she went, isn't that?
Look at Dr. John. Look at his face. Maddie crying out for help. Why didn't you do something? She's mocking her. I'm sorry, she is.
When she related, she said it was a funny story. She says, I was in bed with Mom and Stephan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him, and she went, isn't that funny? I said, no, it's not. I don't find that funny.
Yeah.
And Mr. Stearns just sits
there. I had to talk with them. Because to me, I'm sorry, that sent up a big red flag.
Yeah. She said that She said that in a playful manner,
Yes.
but not in a, you wouldn't see that as kind of a cry for help.
I did not see it as a cry for help. I found it to be disturbing to me on levels. So other than that, we had no recollection.
Wow.
We had no indication that anyway that something illicit was going on. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you told Stephan you shouldn't be co-sleeping with Madeline, he, as far as you could tell, he heard you. He said, okay.
He heard me. He and Jen both says, well, but she wants to be with us.
What?
And yeah. I knew no matter what I said to him, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway.
Right.
It was very obvious to me that they were not listening. They heard.
Then you contact authorities, lady. Wow.
They're not comprehending, and they're not going to change.
You've mentioned,
wow.
Yeah, you've mentioned that Stephan would often say one thing but do another, right? That you didn't know.
Oh yeah, modus operandi.
You didn't know what was true and what wasn't sometimes.
I mean,
He made it. He was a gaslighter.
He still is.
He could make you think things were one way when they were a total other way, and do it with such sincerity that you questioned yourself.
Interesting.
And when we got to figure that out, things changed for him, and they didn't change for the good, and he was no longer a happy camper because we challenged him on everything. We came up missing money. We came up missing jewelry, came up missing my deceased father's Rolex.
And they never once called authorities on this piece of shit. If just one adult had asked Maddie straightforward questions. Hey, Grape, if I saw that, this arm, hey, Sarasara, hey, Audrey. Welcome, everybody that's just joining. This is Stephan Stern's parents, and it's very disturbing to hear.
And I know he took it, but he won't admit to it even
Listen
now.
when he took the Rolex.
When did that start? Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and when when did he take the Rolex?
Last year.
He took the Rolex. Look at Dr. John. He's like, last year. She probably thought she was going to say when he was a teenager. When did he take that? She says, last year. He's like, what? Watch that part again.
Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and when did he take the Rolex?
Last year.
It started when he was a teenager.
Okay.
And little stuff, and then they got bigger and bigger as he got older. I mean, you never got the truth about anything. I mean, he wrecked his car and never got the true story in that. Some very similar to the incident of Maddie's disappearance. Coming up with something like that. When he called me that afternoon, second call that day. Flat tire, and listened to that BS. And boy, when you look at the images of that.
So he called his dad during the flat tire. He was always in contact with his dad. His dad came up and got them a hotel room when they had to leave the apartment, etc., etc.
Of that tire. I mean, there wasn't hardly any rubber left on that wheel whatsoever. And then they show pictures of these chunks of rubber laying in the ground. And Stephan trying to explain to me that he had a flat tire and he was in the inside lane of a highway in a high density commercial district and he couldn't pull off the road. Again, it was a story that I didn't believe, and then getting a call 90 minutes.
This dude was paying his son's rent. He was paying his son's rent. He was giving him money so Stephan could buy his little figures and his games.
It's later, less than 90 minutes later about Maddie's disappearance. And I go, that's too coincidental. 2 events like that in a single afternoon. Don't believe in coincidences. Didn't believe that, but wanted to. I was there to support the story until it was different. And unfortunately, I found out a couple of days later, if I had seen that TV interview that they held the next day, my attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making the trip to Orlando.
Okay. He says he would not have made the trip to Orlando had he known some of these things. But we know that Stephan went to Northport. This guy gave his son money. He didn't have a job. He never worked. He never held down a job. So where did Stephan get all his money? I don't know, man. I feel like there's way more to this.
And helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out, for sure. My attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making the trip to Orlando and helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out, for sure.
Helping him and Maddie out. I mean, him and Jennifer out. They knew also that a phone call came in on Saturday from Maddie to Stephan about the birthday party and him coming up there. We don't know what took place in that phone call, but everybody was upset that day. Jen was upset that day. Stephan was upset that day. And I don't know what Maddie was doing on Saturday, but something went down on that Saturday and they're aware of it.
The police kicked everybody out of the townhouse and quarantined it, roped it off.
Fair use, loaded hot. Fair use. I got to stop it
He didn't want
every
to go
now
to
and
the
then.
in-laws' house, of course, or to her mother's house. They got along like oil and water. But it was, Chris went there to get them into a hotel and to be there as emotional support for them for a missing child, not for anything else.
Not for an escape route or to hide them.
Nope.
You knew that Madeline was missing. You didn't know why. And you thought, I can give them a place to stay.
Thank you, Amy.
And then, I wanted some quality time with them. Again, I just kicked myself for not seeing that TV interview because my conversation would have been.
It was after. You couldn't have seen it.
I know that, but the interview took place before I got up there. Yeah. That's the thing. But I didn't find out about it till Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation.
Wait a minute. This guy was up there the night that they went. Amy, what do you mean your text? I don't know what you mean by that, honey, but thank you for your super sticker. Let me know what you mean by check my earlier text. Hold on, I need to hear that part.
Because my conversation.
How would he not know about the interview that took place on Tuesday that all of us watched? And he didn't know about it on Friday? What?
And
it was after. You couldn't have seen it.
What's up, SS?
But the interview took place before I got up there. Yeah. That's the thing. But I didn't find out about it till Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation with him would have been very confrontational. And I wouldn't have been satisfied until I got the truth from him. When I questioned him as best as I could, now that he was in incarceration, obviously he couldn't give me the answers. The best he could come up with.
Can you retype it, Amy?
I wasn't able to think. Well, he was thinking a lot of other things and taking a lot of actions and doing a lot of things.
Maddie received a lot of money on her birthday.
Thinking. But again, that would be an appropriate response from Stephan because again, keep telling the lie.
How do you know how much money she got on her birthday? Where was that ever said? I haven't listened to everything. So if that's been said, I missed that.
But the amount of time that I had from 2:15 Wednesday morning until 4 p.m., I spent a total of 35 minutes with him, and it was over 3 different occasions. First of all, find that he wasn't at the hotel that morning. And then to learn later that he had left that hotel, went to St. Cloud, went to Northport, and came back. And then, obviously, so exhausted, he passed out in bed, didn't see him again until 3 o'clock. And again,
so they just let Stephan sleep in the hotel all day. Maddie goes missing. The second he goes running around, he goes to St. Cloud, he goes to Northport, he comes back to the hotel, and everybody just lets little Steffi sleep.
No time for conversation because now we're down in the lobby of the hotel, and he's now being escorted to
Fly on BJ's
supposedly a press conference, which there was a press conference, but he was immediately taken to the rear of the sheriff's department and put in a detention room, and later that evening
sounds like a
arrested.
good day, SS.
Never had a chance to have a conversation with him.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Why weren't the cops watching them? All three of these people, Stephan, Chris, and Jen, were at a hotel, and the cops weren't watching if these motherfuckers left? Make it make sense. Why weren't they being surveilled? Maddie's missing, and they're not watching Stephan, who couldn't even get his story straight when he said he dropped her off close to school. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Don't fucking like it.
And there was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I mean, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And, Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off of Stephan's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't see them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time.
Can you imagine Jen telling this man graphic details of what Stephan and the picture with Maddie was? What? What? I would be like, no. How about the cops tell you what your son's doing, what your son's been doing? Ew.
That she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me,
an opportunity to grab a photo of that. Did he want to see it? Look at John. Look at Dr. John.
Can't get it out of my head. And
hold on.
Months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up. And
what? Wait a minute. Hold on. He thought it was a private conversation. Listen.
And there was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I mean, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And, Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off of Stephan's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't.
Package of images. His wording is awful. I'm sorry. And look at the mom. Look at Deborah. He's got his hands up this package of images. Look at Dr. John. Package of images. Ew.
See them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and
blah, 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 blah. He's saying it. He thought it was a photo because she explained it so graphically. Oh, I thought maybe Jen got an image of that. You wouldn't remember? Ew. Ew. Look at Dr. John. Look at his face.
Instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize.
My bad. It was my bad. This interview was last week. Last week. Oh, it was my bad. Stephan Stearns reminds me exactly of his father. I know y'all say he looks like his mom. I hear his voice. I hear his personality. I hear his weirdness. It's mimicking the dad.
A question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize. I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical image in my mind, but I thought I'd seen it.
It was a graphical image in my mind. Yes, he said he must have seen it. He thought it was a private conversation with the cops, but his bad. He misspoke. I didn't add to cart. I haven't seen everything. Oh my God. Hey, Rocco. Many parents would be there for their adult child no matter what, but this is evil. I couldn't stand by evil. Son or no son, disowned. Stephan uses dad to mimic. He is the mom. Salty. Why is Dr. John and Lauren just letting them blurt out and not interrupting? I think they're just letting them talk. I don't know, Salty. Thank you for your super chat. Something's wrong here.
A photo. So I apologize for that, but I'd seen a photo. It was bad. I apologize. I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical image in my mind, but I thought I'd seen a photo. So I apologize.
I thought I had seen a photo. Hey, Tracy V. I'm doing good. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, this is not right. There's something wrong.
Apologize for that.
My bad. Look at Dr. John. Ugh. Just watch Dr. John's reactions. And Lauren too. Lauren's like, oh God.
Again, you're dealing with this stuff 7-8 months ago. There's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially, trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd.
Okay, so now he is deflecting back to Jennifer. Right? He had this graphic image that he thought was a photo of the SA. Watch how he says SA'd. Watch. Because she's precocious. Do they really believe she was SA'd, or are they kind of poking fun at the SA? Watch.
Stuff 7-8 months ago. There's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially, trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd. If it was me, I'd be beating the crap out of somebody, whether I physically could or could not. and she was totally composed. And
okay, but you knew that your son had 30 plus graphic images. Why weren't you beating your son's ass? Why were you and are you so composed? Make it make sense.
And
unemotional.
Quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
Unemotional.
And she was totally composed and
unemotional.
Quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
What? Now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about there being SA in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about...
Did you see Mom? Did you see Mom? Oh, Dr. John said there's rumors involving you guys. Oh, shit. Dr. John. Been dropping some bombs.
Bing bang. About there being SA in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about...
What the fuck? Watch them. His dad laughs. His dad laughs when they say there's SA in his background and Mom says, bring it.
What? Now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about there being SA in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you.
Is that funny, Mr. Stearns? Is that funny, Mr. Stearns?
You guys even, there's rumors about
just me
giving him.
She says, just me. Just me.
I say in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about
just me
giving him explicit material. Again, I can't use terms because of YouTube, but what could you guys set the record straight on that?
You bet. Number one, it was, from what we heard, it's Hustler magazine, the nastiest magazine.
Oh, look at Mr. Stearns. Oh, Mr. Stearns, did you have dirty magazines? Did you have dirty magazines?
That was ever printed. Never came home. I would never buy it, and I would certainly never give it to my child. I mean,
none of that material existed in our house, but
oh, are you believing it? Amy, you lost power again? It's back on now? Everybody stay safe. What?
You know, I'm sure, you know, back then, that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash cans. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe.
Oh, wow. Look at Deborah. Look at Deborah. Oh, boy. Oh, they were found in the garbage, you know, back then. Back then. Oh, shit, Kels. Oh, other kids bring it to school, you know. Look at, oh, you know, that material never existed in our house. But, you know, I'm sure, you know, other kids brought it to school. And, you know, that day and age, you could just find those kind of magazines in the trash, you know. Nope. I've never seen a dirty magazine in the trash ever. I've never, ever. Never, ever, ever. Have I ever? Can you bring me the...
Back then, that day in the house, but, you know, I'm sure, you know, back...
Look at Deborah. Look at Deborah.
Then that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash cans. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it, but you know, certainly that time.
What? Wait, maybe other kids bring it to school and try to sell it? Sell it? Why is he bringing up selling magazines? Huh? This dude is tripping over his own words. Look at Deborah. Lord have mercy, y'all. Oh. Watch again. Watch again.
I mean,
none of that material existed in her house, but you know, I'm sure, you know, back then, that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash cans. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it, but you know, certainly that type of stuff circulated and what have you. Have no idea where he came in possession of this, but it was not provided by us, and there was never any physical abuse or sexual SA abuse at home. None of that. He was always provided a warm, loving, caring environment. So none of that's true.
Do you think there were any?
His mother paid off an old roommate to not turn him into the police for images he had on his computer. Blit.
Any red flags in that area in terms of, I don't know, maybe some of the girls he was dating in high school?
Yeah, the
or
15-year-old.
Did you see any
Kendall?
red flags about any unusual
Let's talk about Kendall.
Interests or problems?
His first girlfriend he had in California, he was really had a big crush on her. You know, we met her, sweet girl.
Sweet girl.
Left California.
Met her, sweet girl. Isn't that what Stephan said about Maddie? She's a sweet girl. She's a good kid. She's a sweet girl. His first girlfriend was like 15 and he was like 19 or 20.
When the state went batshit crazy, excuse my French, but hey, it's California.
When that state went batshit crazy, excuse my French.
California. And we left there, but hey, it's California. And we left there and came to Florida. You know, at that age, kids.
What happened to Georgia, Mr. Stearns? Didn't you go from California to Georgia to Florida?
Your kids circulate through kids like people go through revolving doors. You know, one kid comes in, hey, this is so-and-so, okay, and then you never see him again. There's a parade of those instances or what have you. One of the dogs, a friend of his came in, an acquaintance of his came in. And
look how she's comforting him now. She's got her hand on his arm. He is not taking her comfort. He's not touching her.
She didn't appreciate him. She let it be known too. Kind of nipped him in the backside.
She wouldn't let him in the door.
Yeah.
She backed him up against the wall.
Not coming in.
And
these people
nipped him on the butt until he went out the door again. And we later found out this was the same friend of his that overdosed on heroin and died.
Oh.
There was another incident, and I don't think we've ever brought this up before, and that is in California. He was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man.
Oh, this is a great story.
Was very inappropriate.
So a man was very inappropriate. Never Stephan's fault. Stephan's never the inappropriate one. But he was with his girlfriend and some other kids, and this guy stopped and beat the fuck out of Stephan. Just Stephan, no one else. They said because Stephan flipped the bird. Or they flipped the bird and they only attacked Stephan. Who thinks that maybe Stephan was with someone young and maybe that's what happened? Listen to this again. He was walking down the street. Listen.
In California, he was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man was very inappropriate. with them, and I'll let Chris tell you the rest of it. But
cat call or something, and there's
lewd cat call.
Lewd cat call.
There was a shout out to him, and the truck spun around and came back. This guy unfolded himself out of the truck. He was that big, and physically started assaulting Stephan to the point that he was choking him to death.
Really? This was just unfounded?
Is coincidental to that, we had just come back from Sequoia National Forest where we went camping with the church group, and Stephan had a pocket knife in his pocket and stabbed the guy in the chest to defend himself. The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stephan
stabbed him in the chest.
And himself. The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stephan defended himself, but didn't realize that he suffered PTSD from that. I didn't realize that until several years later that he was experiencing that.
He was haunted by it.
Yeah.
He was haunted.
What was the just to clarify? What was the trigger? What was the cause of that?
There was a very lewd remark made, and a shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was a meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by in the truck. Maybe
the guy was a meth. GB Falk, thank you for being a member for a month. She says, unbelievable. Liars.
Nephew or what have you. And a shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was a meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by in the truck, maybe an FU or what have you. And they spun around and
they
came
flipped
back.
the bird. They flipped the bird, and he spun the truck around and came after him.
And Stephan was the only one that was physically attacked.
Oh, imagine that. Stephan was the only one that was physically attacked.
Karate or no karate, he couldn't get the guy off of him.
And how old was Stephan?
16, 17?
Maybe 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a really thin guy back then.
Yeah.
You know.
Was there
see him
when you talk about?
I get horrible vibes.
The line that was starting during his early adolescent years, it sounds like. Did any of that become criminal behavior at all, or did he ever get disciplined for any, antisocial or unusual, problematic behavior at that age?
No, that's the thing. There was never any issues with him. I guess a parent's greatest fear is that the kid becomes an alcoholic or a drug addict. I mean, I have conversations with other friends or what have you who tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids. It's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. I have conversations with other friends or what have you who tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids.
He would have conversation with his friends, and they would tell him stories, not about their kids per se, but other kids. He is weird.
It's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. There was an incident one time where we were gone for the afternoon and came home, and I went up the stairs, and Stephan was coming down the stairs, and I had to stop midway, and I go, whoa, time out. Oh my gosh. I said, come here. And I said, have you been drinking? And he just reeked of alcohol. Well, apparently he spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had.
But they don't drink, remember? But he spent the afternoon. Look at his mom. He spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had.
And we soon got rid of all the alcohol in the house. And believe it or not, he was heading out the door to take his friend home.
He chuckles about that. Your son was wasted, and he was about to walk out the door and get behind the wheel.
What was his age? What was the age at that time?
17.
Oh my God. Hey, Cicada. Oh my God. I think they were trying to do damage control. A lot of you guys are like, why would they do this? Well, I think that they thought, I mean, I don't know what conversations Lauren and Dr. John had with them. I imagine that they built rapport with them behind the scenes. And I think they felt comfortable with them because Lauren and John don't outright judge them. But see, the thing is, it's out in the universe. So all of us are going to watch this and we are going to judge it and we are going to pick apart their words because this is alarming to me. Very, very alarming to me.
It was just before California. So I don't know, 17, and sent him to his room and didn't see him for 2 days.
It was just before California. What does that mean?
He passed out, and I took the friend home who.
Oh, I didn't see him for 2 days. He was passed out. Was he on drugs, sir? Because it's all the other people's friends, all the other people's kids, not yours.
Told me what had been going on that afternoon. But, you know, that's the worst thing that we had experienced at that time.
Mm-hmm. So when you have these incidents, did you guys sit down and kind of have a heart-to-heart with him at all? I mean, what was communication like between you guys?
Non-existent?
We had open communication and dialogue with him all the time. What we didn't have from him was truth, or that if he was having a problem, he would come share it with us. He was very close and close-knit to himself. I mean, never came to us, very rarely, unless he needed money, you know, that he came to us with a problem. Very rarely, unless he needed money, you know, that he.
When did he not need money?
Came to us with a problem. Hey, I got a problem. I mean, I felt and told Stephan that, why didn't you come to me with this problem that you experienced on Sunday evening or Monday morning, whenever this took place? Hey, I screwed up. Oh, okay. You know, because the first thing I would have suggested is I'm coming there and then I'm going to take you to the police. You know, you got to turn yourself in.
So he doesn't wonder why his son had been taking pictures and videos of Maddie since she was like 6 or 7. He doesn't want to ask his son that. He just wanted to know, after it was all done, why didn't you call me for help? But you didn't want him to call you for help before he killed her? You didn't ask him, hey dude, when you were like attracted to your girlfriend's daughter, why didn't you come to me and tell me I have this weird attraction, I need help? I'm sure it could, Lexi. Hiding in plain sight, Sarah.
That's be out in front of this. And I always told him,
let's get out in front of this.
The minute you've done something wrong,
Kelly,
own it, fess up to.
Kelly, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. I appreciate you, and it helps a ton.
Do it and get out in front of it. And
out in front of it.
I guess he thought he was smarter than the average bear.
He thought he was smarter than the average bear. Get in front of it. What were you going to do? Blame it on Jen? Blame it all on Jen?
Have you? Because obviously, if you look at the timelines and the sequence.
Look at Dr. John's face. He's disgusted too. It looks like, in my opinion, that Dr. John might be disgusted with what he's hearing. He says the quiet parts out loud. Yes, he does. Yes.
Of the chronological narrative summary, what have you, is like, how could he not realize that his trail was being followed?
So he's more disturbed that his son didn't realize that his trail was being followed. You're not disturbed that he dumped Madeline's body. Look at the mom. Look at the mom.
They know everything he did. How can you, in today's technological environment that we live in, do you think you can get away with anything?
So he's upset he didn't get away with it?
You can't, technological environment that we live in, do you think you can get away with anything? You can't sneeze and not know that you've sneezed. I don't know how he thought he could get away with any of this. So our deepest desire is to discover more about Stephan, learn from him. And we're going to kind of lean on you, John, to help us provide some clarity to Stephan. It's a son that we didn't know versus what we did know about our son, and the complete opposite of one another.
I remember that, Rocco.
We feel blessed that we've.
I don't know if Dr. John's Mormon. Are they both Mormon? I thought she was like ex-Mormon. No? I knew they either were or used to be. I'm not sure. I don't know if it matters in this case.
We found you guys. You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity of one another.
Right here.
We feel blessed that we found you guys. You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity to do a deep dive into your channel, and it was a welcome relief to see the professionalism of what you guys put out there.
So what they did was they reached out to the Stearns. They said, "Hey, check out our channel. We do non-biased, interviews or whatever." They checked out the channel and obviously felt comfortable sitting down and doing this. And I do believe that Dr. John knows exactly what he's saying is disturbing, but not every interviewer has to give their opinion. Sometimes it's just putting it out in the universe for others to catch on to. Okay, Lauren was raised Mormon. She's ex-Mormon, and Dr. John isn't Mormon. But he is a psychologist, I believe.
The fact that John's got a medical background brings a lot of legitimacy to you.
See, it's Dr. John, so they felt he was legitimate. And people his age, Mr. Stearns' age, they trust doctors. They trust people who have credentials. They do. But you know what? It's getting the story out there. And I just feel like it's important to hear this story.
To your channel. You guys truly represent what we believe should be represented in these crime channels that exist out there, and not the circus that they do represent. But
see, and yet another time we have, look at Lauren smiling. They're both smiling. They're both smiling. The circus that he is talking about is the truth. The circus equals the truth. But you know what I'm saying? Overall, Sage, they just kind of they're from that generation. That's all I meant.
It's a shame, but it's a shame. It's reckless abandonment that they utilize.
Reckless abandonment.
Inciting a lynch mob.
What?
Circus that they do represent. But it's a shame. It's reckless abandonment that they utilize. It's basically inciting a lynch mob against us, and God forbid anybody should cross their paths, because they'll just attack you. You look at these broadcasts that they have, and then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel that maybe you can.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't read the comments. Your son is a pedo and a killer, allegedly. At any rate, your son had 35,000 images of minors on his phone. It's not a lynch mob. to see the truth. What's up, Chris? How is there a lynch mob? They just don't like what our opinions are. And they're reading our opinions about them and they don't like them. If my son did this or was accused of this, I would not be reading anything. I would not be reading anything. How many of you think this is on them? If they're reading the comments on these videos talking about what their son did. Put a 1 if you think they're setting themselves up for punishment. Put a 2 if you think... Wait, put a 1 if you think they shouldn't be reading those. Puff, 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 that stress away. I don't even remember the question.
Broadcast that they have, and then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel, and maybe you can answer this, John, is that why do people feel like that they have to lash out?
Why do people feel like they have? He needs Dr. John to tell him why people are lashing out. Can you say out of touch?
If
self-snitching,
make themselves feel better about themselves, I truly don't understand.
You truly don't understand why people are lashing out when there was a 13-year-old girl who just spent her birthday thrown in bushes by your son? You don't understand the lashing out? You don't understand the emotions? This is the worst case I've ever heard about. And this guy's sitting there going, I don't understand what the big deal is. I don't know why these people are so mad. What are they so upset about? I mean, God. He needs a doctor to answer that question. Are you kidding me?
And then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel, and maybe you can answer this, John, is that why do people feel like that they have to lash out if not to make themselves feel better about themselves? I truly don't understand that. The fact that they spend these hours watching this stuff is just amazing. Don't they have lives?
Yeah, and I want to say, it's almost, this is what I've seen oftentimes in the true crime community. It's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. None of us can imagine what
they finally get a word
right
in
now.
edgewise.
Maybe there are some people, I'm sure there is a small club out there that understands a bit of what you're going through, but I would say the majority of people have no idea the type of situation and what that is like.
Hey, Professor Kate.
No one, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. And it's true, if you don't speak, shame on you for not speaking up, right? And if you do speak, they're going to scrutinize everything.
I would have never expected these people to speak. How about you guys? Did you guys expect the Stearns to ever speak? I didn't. And personally, I think they should be quiet out of respect for Maddie, because if they can't say anything respectful about Maddie, then I think they need to shut the fuck up. Just saying.
That you say.
Damn if you don't. So we've been handcuffed for the last 7 months, almost 8 months. We've been held to strict silence. And so
handcuffed.
I think we've been chastised, criticized for not responding, but people don't realize that there's some legal proceedings going on here. And
dude, I never wanted to hear from them. Did you guys? It never crossed my mind. I know, Jody, isn't it weird? It never crossed my mind that, I want to hear from the Stearns. I mean, never once. Everything I heard in those police interviews and shit, I never wanted to go further with them. It never crossed my mind. I never thought, oh, I need a follow-up interview from Chris Stearns. After hearing all this nasty, how nasty they are in those police freaking interviews and weird. Weird. Something, I know, Canadian Nana, something ain't right.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
We don't want to misspeak. And now that all the information is out there, not that we knew anything, because we didn't know anything until it was released to the public. So we're learning just to misspeak. And now that all the information is out there, not that we knew anything, because we didn't know anything until it was released to the public. So we're learning just as much as everybody else does whenever this information is released. Stephan is constrained to tell us anything because he's under instructions from his attorney. So, and obviously what we have learned has been quite shocking to us, and very disappointing to say the least. And then of course now we're trying to self-analyze,
No, you're self-snitching is what you're doing. Look at the mom. Did they ever meet Maddie? Oh yeah. The mom had Maddie sleep in her bed. The mom pulled her out of Jen and Stephan's bed and had her sleep in hers. I'm glad we're hearing from them because we get a glimpse. Yeah, I mean, we got a glimpse, though, from the police interviews. Like, I would be interested to hear from Maddie's grandmother, Jen's mom. I've thought about that. I've thought about, what does she have to say about Stephan? We know she didn't like Stephan. Why didn't she like him? What all did she know? But these people, I never thought that they had anything more to offer. I felt that their police interviews were disgusting and weird. That's my opinion. I don't know
what we did or didn't do that caused this, and we're not even sure. Well, we know we're not the cause of it. We're trying to pursue a conversation about an accident Stephan had 30 years ago as the possibility of causing this TBI. 30 years ago when Stephan had this accident of causing this TBI.
TBI. So now they're saying that Stephan had a stroke? What is he talking about?
30 years ago when Stephan had this accident, and just so the public can know what that consisted of, Stephan was literally run over by a pickup truck twice.
Prove it. I want to see receipts.
He and a friend were playing in a parking area, and when he was 7 or 8 years old, the guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them.
Who believes that? Hey guys, how you doing? Oh, I'm going to put my truck in reverse. Oh, traumatic brain injury. Really? I mean, oh, hey guys, how you doing? Like, screw off, guy. I'm not believing this.
Parking area, and when he was 7 or 8 years old, the guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys.
Where was Mama? Where was Mama? 7 years old, he's playing behind fucking cars? What? He was ran over twice? What? What?
7 or 8 years old, the guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them. Pushes Stephan down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot. Drove right over him.
Pushes Stephan in a hole in the parking lot? Oh, I know. I see that now. Traumatic brain injury. I thought it was TBI. Like, isn't that what those little mini strokes are called? TBIs? Or do I have that wrong?
And hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time, and then.
But Ange, this wasn't her grandparents. These people weren't Maddie's grandparents. They weren't like that. My granddaughter sleeps with me too, but these people weren't her grandparents.
Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in a truck and immediately backs over them. Pushes Stephan down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot. Drove right over him, and hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time, and then if that was enough, he pulled forward and ran over him again. The fact that
Sir, is this man in jail? Oh, TIA, sorry. I got it wrong. I'd like to know, Mr. Stearns, is this man in jail?
Stephan isn't.
They hit him in the back of the head first, and then when Stephan raised up to look, he heard the kid screaming. He quickly put it in gear and drove forward and hit him in the front, and then came up over his body, up over his pelvis area.
Where the hell were you guys? Look at Lauren. Where in the hell were you when this guy was backing over your kid?
The fact that he wasn't permanently disabled and wheelchair bound is a miracle.
Dude, these people, I'm telling you, Stephan is just like his dad. Oh, who's the guy that ran him over? Receipts or it didn't happen? Excuses. This is what's called enabling. Enabling. Look at his mom.
Up over his pelvis area.
The fact that he wasn't permanently disabled and wheelchair bound is a miracle.
Thank the mud.
But there wasn't.
Thank the mud. Where in the hell were you is my question. Thank the mud. Oh, everything's so horrible for little Stephan.
Thank the mud. But there wasn't when he was released from the hospital. The doctor said, "Hey, be cognizant of any difference in his attitude and his demeanor and such." And we pressed for more information, and we just told that he could have some headaches, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity to light.
Come on.
And so,
listen.
The doctor said, "Hey, be cognizant of any difference in his attitude and his demeanor and such." And we pressed for more information, and we just told that he could have some headaches, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity to light and stuff. May not be able to wake up or go to sleep. And
he may not be able to wake up or go to sleep. Dude, this is bullshit.
Able to wake up or go to sleep. And there could be some other physical traits. He developed a tic for a while, and outgrew that. He did suffer
PTSD.
From PTSD.
No, Angelique, they were not close with Maddie like that at all. No. These people are just full of excuses for this man, if we do even call him that. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Wake up.
Who's disturbed? Put a 1 in chat if you're disturbed by this. Put a 2 in chat if you think this is normal.
Cheapers.
He did suffer
PTSD.
From PTSD and also separation anxiety. But we
my God,
we just never knew what to expect. But they just told us to be on the lookout for things. And what we did find is that his personality changed. He changed 180 degrees. He was a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such, and to something.
Love, laughter, and such. Yeah, these people never had love or laughter. Do you think this home was full of love and laughter? Put a 1 if you think this home was full of love and laughter. Put a 2 if you think this home was cold as ice. He was a high energy kid, full of love and laughter and such.
Totally. He was a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such, and to something totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
What'd she say?
And different.
He's a troglodyte.
To something totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
What'd she say? -5, Sarah. Oh my God. Live, love, laugh. She probably has that sign in her kitchen. I know, Cruella DeVille, for real. Where were they when he got run over by this truck? That's still what I want to know. The ice cubes. Get some ice cubes in chat for the Sterns. I mean, what does that mean? Troglodyte. What does that mean? Did she say troglodyte? What does that mean? Troglodyte? Troglodyte?
Totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
What does that mean, guy? I'm waiting to see what you guys say.
And
is a person who lives in a cave or under a cliff's overhanging rocks. Dude, these people are weird, dude. Weird.
And a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such, and to something totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
And then he started experiencing some educational problems, and Debbie can relate to that. He had to put him into an individual education plan and what have you.
Okay, a lot of kids have IEPs, dude. Are you trying to find excuses for the reason why your son abused Madeline for so many years? Are you trying to find excuses for the reason he had a 15-year-old girlfriend when he was 19, 20 years old? Are you trying to find an excuse for why he had 35,000 plus CSAM material on his phone? Are you trying to, what are you people doing?
Finally realized that we needed to take him out of the school and put him into a homeschool environment.
Oh my God.
Which was held to a strict regime, and Debbie did a great job of.
Okay. He had a strict regime at home of homeschool. No, he didn't. Debbie already said, and you told the police that Debbie did his work. He did online Florida virtual school, and you said Debbie did it for him.
Managed out of the school and put him into a homeschool environment, which was held to a strict regime, and Debbie did a great job of managing that for him.
Yay, Debbie, you passed Florida virtual online school. My son did Florida online virtual school, so I know all about it.
We also did as much as we could to encourage him to participate in sports.
Oh, please.
And
you had him in Florida virtual school. There is no sports involved, okay? There's no sports involved in Florida virtual school. You took him out of school and then you tried to encourage him. No, you didn't. You let him sit at home and play his little figures and become a weirdo.
I tried to expose him to as much sports as possible. He didn't.
You tried to expose him to as much sports as possible?
Seem to have a lot of interest in group sports per se.
What kind of sports did he like? He didn't like group sports? What the fuck kind of sports? Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't poo-poo. He poo-pooed his homework, so I did it for him. Y'all, I tried to get him to participate in sports. He didn't like group sports. Scratch his neck.
And I tried to expose him to as much sports as possible. He didn't seem to have a lot of interest in group sports per se.
Sage, Chris never played sports. Audrey?
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Kind of gravitated towards track. He was fast. He was always fast as a kid on his feet, and in spite of his injury, he was a speedster. But
he was a speedster on the track. Speedster?
That didn't last long because he apparently had a kidney disorder that required some.
Oh my God! A kidney disorder now? I can't.
I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse.
I can't with these people. Now he has a TBI and he has kidney disorder. Look at them putting all this shit out in the universe.
Immediate surgery and he had to have some emergency surgery to take care of that. Again,
emergency surgery. He was running track. He was fast on his feet. And then he had some kidney disorder. He needed emergency surgery.
He discovered an interest in Shokan karate and did well with that.
Then he went into Shokan karate.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
He managed to get a brown belt in that, but
he got a brown belt in that. Yeah, poo-poo. He got a poo-poo belt. He got a poo and a cart. Oh my God. He got a poo-poo belt in karate. Look at Lauren. She's like, this is Lauren's face right now.
What?
We were forced to move away to California. Well, actually, no. Where did we go after that?
The fuck? We were forced? Look at these two. I feel like they have a lot of skeletons in the closet. When he gets the death penalty, that's the emergency surgery he needs. Hey, what the fucks? Good to see you. Where'd we go after that? What have these people done in their past?
He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California.
Georgia, California.
Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to California. Well, actually, no. Where did we go after that? He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California. Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her. And he was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California.
Yeah, he takes notes.
Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her in her last few years. But we later introduced it to scuba.
Do you remember that Stephan Stern said that he was helping his parents make end of life plans? And then we have the same story. Listen again.
Where did we go after that?
Weird.
Georgia. Yeah, we went to California. Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her in her last few years. But we later introduced it to scuba diving. You know, we kept trying to introduce him to things that would be motivating enough to provide enough.
He did say forced. I caught that word, forced.
Incentive to where maybe he would be motivated to go out and get a job and earn some money to pay for these things, because it didn't try to overindulge.
Pay for what things? Dr. John is taking notes like a mofo. He 86'd it.
To provide enough incentive.
What the hell did he, what? To pay for these things? What things? His sex torsos? What?
To where maybe he would be.
What was the incentive?
Motivated to go out and get a job and earn some money to pay for these things, because it didn't try to overindulge him with money and access to money per se. I was trying to use that as an incentive and motivation to go out and get a job.
What was the incentive? I missed your incentive and motivation. What was it?
Obviously, that didn't work too well, but everything seemed to be focused towards solitary pursuits. We loved reading.
We went from sports to money. Huh?
Games. Pokemon.
We went from sports to moving to money. Now we're back to solitary pursuits.
Games, Warcraft, and other things. If he liked something, man, he drilled in on it. He focused in on it. He liked something, man, he drilled in on it. He focused in on it. He really truly excelled at that, and things that he did excel at. Again, try to encourage him to assimilate, a normal flow of life. And there was always a disconnect. It had been a very frustrating experience for us to get him to assimilate into a normal life. We were getting on in our years. We're in our early 70s.
Yeah.
So you talked about communication was open, it sounds like, and you were able to talk to him about quite a bit, or at least when he was willing to talk. What about the emotional connection? How would you guys describe your emotional connection to your son when he was younger?
I thought it was very close and loving.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it was really close up until the accident, and not that.
I thought it was really close and loving.
Close and loving.
Son when he was younger.
I thought it was very close and loving.
Yeah, it was really close up until the accident, and not that we changed, he changed. I mean, he was, if you show you photos of him, as a kid, I mean, he's running through the house on the tips of his toes and he's running through the house on the tips of his toes and just a little speed demon, laughing and giggling all the time. Really a quite bubbly personality.
He was a baby. Most babies are laughing and giggling. You weirdo.
I mean, we discovered very early on that if he was focused on something, forget about it. We were at a hotel one time, and he got the key to the refrigerator or bar in the room, and he was sitting there at the age of 3 with that key, and he was relentless in getting that key into that lock and unlocking that lock.
What? What? When have you ever seen, wait a minute, fuck off. When have you ever seen a key to a liquor cabinet in a hotel? A key? This is weird.
He had a quite bubbly personality. I mean, we discovered very early on that if he was focused on something, forget about it. We were at a hotel one time, and he got the key to the refrigerator or bar in the room, and he was sitting there at the age of 3 with that key, and he was relentless in getting that key into that lock and unlocking that lock. But that's how focused he could be. But he was.
What?
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
What the fuck?
We loved that kid to death. Smothered him. What?
You didn't smother him.
Well,
love that kid to death. We smothered him. And look at her. She's like, no, we didn't smother him.
Smothered him with love, whatever. But that key into that lock and unlocking that lock. But that's how focused he could be. But he was. We loved that kid to death. Smothered him.
What?
You didn't smother him. well, smother them with love, whatever. But we there was never any denial of any outward affection from him and us, and even to this day, still a lot of outward display of affection, love and affection. Nothing, as I said, ever gave us any clue or warning to
that will scare somebody.
Recently discovered behavior. I mean, this, like I said, this is a son that we don't know. It's not the son that we do know. So,
Debbie, you even homeschooled Stephan for a time, and that's actually been brought up in numerous conversations on YouTube as well. Do you want to share a little bit about why you chose to do that and what that was like?
Because it was a daily fight to get him out of bed, dressed, and out the door to go to school. It was a daily fight to get him to do his homework.
It was a daily fight, so she took him out of school. Do you guys see how this parenting went down? This guy had never had any accountability.
We had several conferences with teachers, and even on the IEP, he was not progressing. So I talked to the principal of the school, and I said, what can I do? And she said, have you ever tried homeschooling? And I said, well, no. Don't you have to have, a full college degree for that? Because I'm short a few credits. I don't have my degree yet. And she said,
don't you have to have a college?
It's no. You don't have to, because you are going to be supporting him, but he's going to be doing his classes with Florida Virtual School.
I told you, Florida Virtual.
And we were able to get him up at 10 in the morning. It was easier. So maybe that's coddling him, but
maybe it is coddling him, Debbie. We let him sleep until 10. No crime. He was dating a 15-year-old when he was 19 or 20. She's a victim of Stephan Stearns too, in my opinion.
It was easier on me too, because I usually don't go to sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. So, hey, I didn't have to be up at 6:30 in the morning to get him up. He was able to eat food, and we were able to take short breaks and progress at a rate that would interest him, because some stuff he could just speed through.
Oh, I'm sure.
English language, sentences, reading, history, science. He loved all of that, and he devoured it. Math, no.
Hates math.
Math for me, no. So I called it a tutor.
Oh my God. This is terrible.
You're usually good at one thing. If you're good on the historical and the English side,
you talk too much, lady.
I'm not I don't have a linear brain. So
yeah, and that's why he's not used to getting up and going to work, because he didn't have to get up and go to school, right? There's a pattern. I know, able to eat food. What, he couldn't eat food at school? Stephan.
I had to bring in a tutor, but he had to take his tests orally with a proctor over the phone, and I could not be in the room. And did I help him with his homework? Yep, I did. Don't most people help the kids with their homework? I didn't do it for him, but I helped him.
I wish you were my parent, because I never got help with homework.
No. Anyway, don't most people help the kids with their homework? I didn't do it for him, but I helped him.
I wish you were my parent, because I never got help with homework.
No. Anyway, I also gave him courses.
Hey,
that
Megan.
they weren't offering in school. We did marine biology. We did oceanography. We did stuff that he liked. He loved dinosaurs. We looked into that. So
he loved dinosaurs. So we looked at, okay, he still had to pass the core classes, right?
I feel like he got a better education at home than he got in school. He didn't have the distractions. He could concentrate on his work. He wasn't distracting the kids around him, and he wasn't frustrating the teachers. But when he described his algebra teacher to me as a woman who stood at the blackboard with her back to the class, talked to the backboard while doing
excuses for everybody
on the board, doing algebraic expressions.
It's everybody else's fault but Stephan's. Dad is completely tuned out.
and they couldn't understand her, couldn't hear her, and she never helped anybody do anything. And I said, why is he even here? You were still allowed to participate with the school because you were still basically
now it's the algebra teacher's fault.
With the school. So he still got to go to prom. He still got to go to graduation. He walked and got his diploma.
Got the cap and gown and the whole thing.
Oh, good for Stephan.
So was he in the virtual program throughout the entirety of high school or just a few years? What was the
2.5 years in high school?
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that he tended to be a bit solitary. Was that after high school or was he a bit of a solitary person in high school as well?
Yes. He had his cadre of close friends.
Cadre?
Okay.
A huge group of friends. He had 4 or 5 close friends, and that was all he wanted in his life. Just his little circle of friends. He was not a social butterfly by any means.
And do you think that the accident had something to do with that?
I think so. He was quite gregarious beforehand. He would run. He would go and knock on people's doors and say, "Do you have somebody my age that I can play with?"
What?
He would introduce himself to people. He would run around and walk right around his bicycle, looking to see if there were any games he could join in. Now he did do.
Okay, I hope this kid did not come to. You got any kids my age I can play with?
Kickball and stuff like that, and he went fishing. Taught him to fish.
They all fucking fish too.
I was the fisherman, not him. I kind of was more of an outdoorsy person because of the horses, and I also got Stephan a horse. He wanted a horse. He got a horse, but he had to promise to work with me in the barn. And that meant cleaning, shoveling poop, bringing shavings in, hauling hay with me.
I'm going to
Going
get
and picking up more shavings.
and ride my horse.
All the kids loved that because they got to ride in the pickup truck on top of all the shavings. But, and now people are saying that sounds like just the worst thing I could ever do is to have him actually work to support his horse and to help me because I was having some physical problems from these surgeries I had on my feet.
Oh my God.
So there was some things that I just couldn't do. But
y'all have the more problems than anybody.
He loved running out at night. He would just grab a hunk of mane, hop on their bareback, and they just run around the pasture. Every night.
What? These people are so fucking weird.
He loved running out at night. He would just grab a hunk of mane, hop on their bareback, and they just run around the pasture. Every night we went out together and gave the horses peppermint candy before we went to bed. So it was.
What the fuck? Peppermint candy? Isn't that what Grandis gave to Summer? A peppermint candy?
To me, that was an ideal life. He was able to go into the woods and go fishing, catch frogs, catch lizards, catch snakes.
You guys are helping me kind of develop a picture of your son, and the more you talk about him, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it feels to some extent like your son was very childlike in a way. Like it's almost like with his interest in games as an adult and the solitary pursuits, it almost sounds like he really struggled to grow up.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I will also say he's a narcissist.
Okay.
It was all about Stephan. When Stephan wanted something, Stephan wanted it then. He didn't want to wait.
And you gave it to him.
He didn't want to wait for Christmas. He didn't want to wait for his birthday. It was now, and he would throw a fit. And that was hard. That was hard on us, but it was harder on him because we didn't give into it.
Even when he was younger, he would teenage years, he never grew out of that.
No. We kept waiting for. It seemed like there was a disconnect.
You think?
You were kind of this close, and all you needed to do is make this connection. And it's like,
John, he had no impulse control.
Yeah.
Really? You don't say.
And then he paid the consequences later. He got put on restrictions. He had his car taken away. at one point, I went in and stripped his room of everything that he had because he had gone for 6 weeks without cleaning his room, and I had begged him for 6 weeks, please clean your room.
Begged?
Or I'll come in and do it. No, I'll do it myself. Okay. Well, finally, I went in there and I took his wallet. I took his car keys. I went out and took the tags off of his car. I told him, you're grounded. Period, until that gets done. And his friends were laughing their butts off at him, saying, you just got jacked by your mom. Said, get in there and clean your clothes, clean the closet and clean up your room.
Which
he finally did.
Send your son's friends home. These people. This is effed.
Because of his friends, not because of me.
Yeah.
So it's like.
It was always, I'll do it, and never get done.
Yeah, it's
tomorrow. Everything's more.
So why did he have a car?
Procrastination.
Who gave him his car, Dad?
Unless he wanted something, and then he was Johnny on the spot to do it.
Tell me about his friends. What were they like?
What was what?
Tell me about.
Oh, I'm sure they were the worst kids in the world to them.
Well, so we were never very approving of them because you're the sum of the 5 people and these kids were not very motivated.
And your son was
their own family issues, and a lot of them came and stayed.
They had their own family issues, as if y'all didn't.
Stayed with us when they were on the outs with their parents.
They seemed to be more interested in drugs, alcohol, partying, sleeping, and just
sex.
And not doing anything.
Sex.
And
sex.
And not doing anything. All partying, sleeping, and just
sex.
And not doing anything. And I grew up differently from that. I was blessed to have a good circle of friends. Debbie the same, but how he seemed to gravitate toward these people that weren't a good influence for him.
Oh my God.
Which is why we disapproved of Jen, because again, she was not a good influence for him.
Why? Why wasn't Jen a good influence? Because she had a little girl and your son had no impulse control? Is that why? Is that freaking why? Because your son had no impulse control and she had a little girl? Despicable.
That's what he seemed to gravitate to.
Yeah, you know why? Because she had a little girl. Dumbass.
What do you think drew him to those types of people? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I do. We used to call it the wounded bird syndrome.
What?
He needed somebody he could coddle and protect.
He needed someone he could coddle and protect. No, it sounds like you. Sounds like you're the one that needed to coddle and protect your little baby boy.
Town, dude.
And he did that. And he treated those girls very, very well, from what I heard and saw.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I wasn't with him in the bedroom. I wasn't with him when he was doing whatever he was doing.
Oh, my God.
Somebody. I do. We used to call it the wounded bird syndrome. He needed somebody he could coddle and protect. And he did that. And he treated those girls very, very well, from what I heard and saw. I wasn't with him in the bedroom. I wasn't with him when he was doing whatever he was doing. And I didn't want to be. So.
I think he just felt so, his self-esteem was very low that maybe he just gravitated, didn't feel that he was worthy of somebody equal to him. Great.
What? Your son is a pedophile. He didn't think he was worthy of someone equal to him? Sir, with all due respect, do you know who is equal to your son? Do you know who is equal to your son? People on death row for hurting children are equal to your son. Oh my God, I am disgusted.
He just felt so, his self-esteem was very low, that maybe he just gravitated, didn't feel that he was worthy of somebody equal to him, greater than him. You know, you're always better off, I think, associating with people that are smarter, have more to offer than somebody certainly beneath you, because they're just going to drag you down.
There was, in this most recent interview with Jennifer on our channel, she mentioned, the police officers asked her about his previous relationships, and she mentioned a possible younger girlfriend in high school. Do you know about that? She said that Stephan would have been graduating later, so he would have been like 19 or 20, and she might have been 15. I think that was said in the interview, but that's not accurate.
He graduated on time. He graduated at 17.
Okay.
Not sure who she's referring to. We have seen in some other conversations with YouTube about the possibility of somebody younger, maybe underage. Conversations with YouTube.
What conversations with YouTube? Y'all, they knew he was dating a 15-year-old.
About the possibility of somebody younger, maybe underage.
Maybe underage.
There's a possibility, Debbie and I don't recall. We might have met her once. Again, like I said, there was always a parade of kids,
of course,
passing through one time. But I've seen some information out there about this person, and I think one of Stephan's friends alluded to it in a conversation on another YouTube about a younger girl. But,
he's talking about an underage girl that their son was involved with.
I only assumed that it was an acquaintance and that there wasn't any type of relationship. And again, later.
Oh, so it's normal for your son to be acquainted with someone underage? No. In my opinion, these people knew shit. These people had to know. In my opinion.
From what I'm seeing, from the information that I've seen out there, that there was never, to my understanding, there was never a relationship there. But we were made aware that this person was younger than what she appeared to be.
In the last few months, never.
Younger than what she appeared to be? I thought you only met her once. Creepo. I thought you only met her once. Yeah, I said it. I said creepo. And look at Dr. John. He's got the same lump in his throat that we do.
Then.
Listen.
There was never, to my understanding, there was never a relationship there, but we were aware.
Did you ask Stephan if there was a relationship there, Daddy dearest?
We were made aware that this person was younger than what she appeared to be.
In the last few months, never then. But the other thing is do most parents stop their girlfriends at the door and say, "Excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you?" The only thing I remember of her was Stephan coming in and saying, "Hi, this is so-and-so." I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
Do most parents stop their girlfriends at the door and say, "Excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you?" The only thing I remember of her was Stephan coming in and saying, "Hi, this is..."
Chris or Stephan coming in? Which one? Which one introduced you to her? Chris or Stephan coming in? That's all I remember of her. We only met her like once. Gosh, we can't even remember her name.
So-and-so, their girlfriends at the door and say, "Excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you?" The only thing I remember of her was Stephan coming in and saying, "Hi, this is so-and-so." I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? Get you some Cokes, the chips, whatever, go up with you. And that was it.
That was it. A parade of kids.
Came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't.
What? What?
They were up there having. Yeah. We're going to go up and watch some. The only thing I remember of her was Stephan coming in and saying, "Hi, this is so and so." I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said. It's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? You know, get you some Cokes, chips, whatever. Go up with you, and that was it. She came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't think they were up there having sex. They were just visiting, and it was only like a 45-minute visit. So.
Chris is very uncomfortable. She's very defensive. This is a disaster. This is a disaster interview. The freak?
Their girlfriends at the door and say, "Excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you?" The only thing I remember of her was.
And that part's edited too. This part is edited too. Watch, because Chris was about to drink and now his water's down. They had to edit something out. I wonder what the hell else they said that they edited out. Oh my God.
Do most parents stop their
Watch
Chris.
Girlfriends
at the door and say, "Excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you?" The only thing I remember of her was Stephan coming in and saying, "Hi, this is so and so." I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said. It's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? You know, get you some Cokes, chips, whatever. Go up with you, and that was it. She came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't think they were up there having sex. They were just visiting, and it was only like a 45-minute visit. So who knows?
Right.
No. And I never questioned anybody. The other girls that he was with, he was in school with at the time, so they were his age.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that. Were most of his friends his age, or was he drawn to younger friends?
They were all his age.
As far as we know.
As far as you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Why is Dad so nervous?
It's also been mentioned.
Why does Dad look so nervous? Watch.
Goes back to
younger. Asked that. Were most of his friends his age, or was he drawn to younger friends?
They were all his age.
As far as we know.
As far as you know.
Okay. Yeah.
It's also been mentioned, and I guess this goes back to John's question about him being childlike, Pokemon cards and some toys as an adult. Was that an interest of his? Was it toys, or was it simply Pokemon, or?
No, the Pokemon died when we were in Windermere.
Oh no, Pokemon, obviously it's a big cult. It's a collection now.
Pokemon died when we were in Windermere. That was when they lived in Orlando.
Yeah, it is.
Had told me fairly recently that it had become a big thing. Stephan was big into that at the height of Pokemon, but he said that the cards have a higher value now, and that there's a cult out there that collects this stuff, and it lives. He's always into the latest and greatest of toys, and my God, being exposed to all the toys available at Disney, forget about it. Oh my gosh. He was
Star Wars.
What are those
Kimagachis.
Thank you. Those things. He had a collection of those, I don't know. He unbelievable. Lightsabers. Boy, you could come down, forget about coming to the house, you could get your head lasered off, lightsabers all over the place.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Unbelievable. Lightsabers. Boy, you could come down, forget about coming to the house, you could get your head lasered off, lightsabers all over the place. you know.
He's very uncomfortable. Did they offer Pokemon cards and Yamaguchis to the kids? All the parade of kids that were coming in and out, asking for a friend.
And it spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, but we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
Wait, now we're at car age, driving age.
So we're
Hold
talking.
on.
You know, you could get your head lasered off. You know, lightsabers all over the place. You know, and it spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, but we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not 16.
Okay, so yes, Dr. John was thrown off by that too, because we were talking about him as a little kid, and then all of a sudden we're
correct.
Well, both.
Oh my God.
You know, lightsabers all over the place. You know, and it spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, but we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not 16.
Correct.
Well, both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Never got over it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Never got over it.
Maintaining.
But yeah, it's odd to me that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those, what is it, that the white helmets on the bad guys.
Okay, so it's odd that your 37-year-old son bought a helmet, but it's not odd that he bought a sex torso. Did I hear that right? A 37-year-old man would want to buy one of those helmets on the bad guys and a glove. Look at Lauren. She's like, your son had a sex torso. Kids don't want sex torsos. So yes, he did grow up. He's a sexual deviant. Look at her. She's like, your son had a sex torso.
It's odd to me that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those, what is it, that the white helmets on the bad guys.
Star Wars helmet, whatever.
You know, and glove, whatever the glove was that.
Well, listen, you've got these guys that are just into this stuff and they just collect the stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
He's proud of that. Blit.
Collect the stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say? Obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
John
had a fetish for it. What can I say?
John, do you have any more questions about Stephan growing up or these types of?
Do you see the
Yeah.
See the disconnect? How we were just never able to just get him to assimilate into adulthood, and said, hey, draw the line in the sand, step over the line, and now we're an adult. Leave this behind. And just visit it every now, but the focus is being an adult. I kept waiting for that shoe to drop, and it just never got there.
The other thing that we were chastised for, apparently, was allowing him to have a firearm. That was brought up, and that was for his 25th birthday?
No, 21st birthday. He was
21 was the tattoo.
No,
they are screeching. What are you talking about? Who's screeching?
Again, he was robbed at gunpoint at 18.
Oh my God. He's robbed at gunpoint. He's got kidney problems. He got run over by a truck twice. He's got a TBI. What else?
First birthday. He was
21 was the tattoo.
No, again, he was robbed at gunpoint at 18. And he swore up and down that when he became legal age, he was going to be able to defend himself. So
I thought he had a poo-poo brown belt.
when that happened, I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stephan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours. I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stephan and myself.
Dr. John is making his notes. Black Ops?
Him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stephan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours doing.
Not all at one time.
Right. One-to-one training with him.
Did competitions?
Yeah, we participated in competition. He was very responsible with that. Taught me a lot because, he invested time in educating himself about firearms and what have you. But it was a method for me.
He educated himself. Look at it. Look at his fist. What is this guy talking about?
To bond with him, because I wasn't going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. I wasn't going to get caught up in Gamagachis. I wasn't going to be doing that with him.
Or Warhammer.
But we did go and participate and compete in gun competitions, and it was fun. It was a bonding opportunity, and that's why I got involved with it.
Yeah, Lauren, to answer your question, I did have another question. After the accident, you guys mentioned that you thought there were symptoms of PTSD. It sounds like maybe there could have been some depression too. I'm not quite sure, but
yes, completely.
I don't get the feeling that mom and dad are close at all, Tamara. I don't get that feeling at all. I get the feeling they're in CYA mode.
Did you guys ever consider, or did you get him into counseling, or did you try to get any help for him at any point?
Ew, what the fox? Jerry Sandusky, bleh.
Well, he, as an adult, he was in counseling and
years.
Yeah, for years. So I don't know. Obviously, we're not privy to what was asked and what have you, but
yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not faulting you. I think I'm just more interested in whether I guess part of my question is whether.
So there was an edit, and then Dr. John says, "Oh, I'm not faulting you." So it seems like they must have gotten a little defensive. And look at mom.
You thought that his problems rose to the level of seeking help, or do you feel like they were kind of under that bar still?
I felt
as a child.
I thought they were under the bar. I never thought that, oh my God, he's so bad, we need to go and get him help. Let's go
Tamara, sorry.
Somewhere.
Yeah, no, it was nothing like that. I mean, again, the son we knew versus the son we now know, two different people. Yeah.
Yeah. And when he did get counseling,
no, they are not in their 80s, Marco. They're barely in their 70s. These people are barely in their 70s. I believe Chris is 71, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe someone could look it up. But they're definitely not in their 80s.
As an adult, do you know anything about that? Do you know like what age and how long, or did he talk about that with you guys at all?
He was still going through it up to 3 months before he was incarcerated.
Huh?
He was with counseling for years.
Yeah.
Cover your ass, Lily.
It was something he sought out voluntarily, or?
Yeah.
I think he did it because he wanted to get a marijuana.
No, he did it because he wanted to get pills. He did it because he wanted to get pills. You go to see a marijuana doctor here. You don't see counselor to get your marijuana card, Debbie Downer.
Oh. Okay. So, in other words, that would imply that the reason he was going was for symptoms of trauma?
We don't know. We don't know.
I think he felt like he needed it I don't know, for anxiety, depression.
He had anxiety.
To calm him.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
John, he didn't want to attempt to do something unless he thought he could do it well. It was hard to get him to take that first step to try something new.
Okay. So it sounds like he was also a bit of a perfectionist.
Self-perfectionist and a perfectionist with everybody else around him. You know, I think he was an emotional bully.
Could you say more about that?
Well, because I think he wanted people to rise to his level when they're talking. You know, if they're talking and they're not making sense to him, he would say something about it. People don't understand. Stephan had an IQ that bordered on genius. Seriously, I'm not saying that because I'm his mother. I'm saying he was tested. He was very high IQ, but the functionality level that he had with that IQ was not there. It didn't match unless he wanted it to. And when it matched, it was magical and it clicked. He could become almost expertise in anything once he did a deep dive into something that interested him. Unfortunately, nothing that he went to find a job with interested him. So,
yeah. Was that testing done, by the way, as
It's
a
good,
consequence of the TBI, or was it? Let me back up a little bit. That after his his accident and the traumatic brain injury, and I guess I should say what a TBI. I guess we haven't defined TBI. Maybe some people at this point don't even know what the TBI stands for. Traumatic brain injury. So in other words, it would be, in simplistic terms, it would be potential brain damage.
Yes.
So could you talk a little bit more about the aftermath of that? Was he hospitalized for a period of time?
Nope.
No, they treated him, kept him for a couple of hours.
A couple hours?
X-rays, did an MRI.
Okay.
Him home. Because
Okay.
I think they offered to keep him overnight, but I wanted him to come home. I would rather be home than in a hospital exposed to a lot of germs.
Oh my God,
I'm kind
lady.
of weird that way.
You're weird in a lot of ways.
Hospitals, but I ended up having to take him to a chiropractor to get him to walk straight again. He was walking on a cane for over a month.
Wow.
Okay.
So
he had a cane, but the hospital only kept him for a couple hours.
Walked in there on a cane. He walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx.
Lauren's face. I so appreciate them doing this interview, guys. Holy hell.
In there on a cane, he walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx.
Oh, Lord.
So it worked. But the car had run over his pelvis and his low back.
Thanks, Kenna.
It hit both times. So he got double swatted.
Did you notice any memory loss after the accident? Did you?
So he got double swatted.
Did you notice any memory loss after the accident?
Yes, I did. He couldn't recall things easily.
Oh my God.
We would have to sit down and refresh his memory on some things that happened. He would look at pictures and he would say, where was this taken? When was this? So yes, he lost a chunk of memory.
Yet he was only there for 2 hours.
And so was the cognitive testing or the neuropsychological testing, was that done later to kind of assess?
That was that was because of the school system.
Oh.
They highlighted him as they thought potential ADHD, and we ended up going through a doctor then who evaluated him, gave him all kinds of tests and everything, and found that yes, he is ADHD, and he wasn't before. He was very focused before. I mean, the kid was laser scope focused on things. After that,
he still was laser focused on an underage girl, people.
he couldn't keep a conversation going, or he would skip ahead. He would know what you were going to say. He could project out what you were going to say, and he would start answering what you were going to be talking about in 5 minutes before you ever got to it. And it drove his teachers bananas.
Gotcha. And so I presume that whoever did the testing knew about the brain injury.
Yes, they had all the records from the
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That would be an interesting report to read for sure.
Yeah.
I wish I could find it. I can't.
Oh, she can't find it. Look at Dr. John. Dr. John's like, I'd love to read that report. She's like, oh, yeah, I wish I could find it. Can we get some pause out for Summer Lou? And if you haven't hit that thumbs up, please hit it now.
As we've moved 2 times, I don't know. It could be buried somewhere, but I can't put my hands on it. I can't.
That would be an interesting report to read for sure.
I wish I could find it. I can't.
Thanks, bad actors.
I don't know. It could be buried somewhere, but I can't put my hands on it. I can't. In fact, we would like to see the doctor's reports too, and I believe that because there was a lawsuit over the accident, that there is a copy of it someplace in Sarasota.
Oh, and there was a lawsuit because of the accident, and there's a copy of it somewhere in Sarasota. I thought the accident happened in California. What in the actual hell is going on?
In the county. So
yeah, his defense attorney will probably want to see it at some point too, by the way.
They know.
Potentially.
They know about it. They said they would find it. We got all the copies of the he was when he had that kidney surgery in California, he was one of the first people to be that they used the robot on.
Oh,
and so
Lord
they
have
used
mercy.
his case in a book.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, Stephan.
It involved one of his arteries being looped over the top of his ureter, and as he grew and his body, his trunk expanded, it was pulling that artery tight, like crimping a hose.
We don't need to know
and
this.
He was at a track meet, and after the track meet, he was in so much pain that we thought he was having appendicitis and rushed him to the hospital.
The pain was similar to having kidney stones. I mean, he would be in such excruciating pain, he would throw up.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Sounds like there was more than
was,
that.
After the surgery, he was okay. It was successful.
Yeah.
Yes, except that it kept him from the military, which is what he wanted to do to begin with. He wanted to join the Air Force.
What?
He joined ROTC in high school, loved it. But when he went to enlist,
wait a minute.
They saw the scars.
Wait a minute. There's more to this story. You guys. Oh my God. Look at this. I just looked up Stephan Stearns in the Sarasota County court records. Oh, Jesus. I can't. What in the hell went on with Stephan Stearns when he was a minor? 12/23/1998, 2 days before Christmas. Petition for appointment of guardian of minor. Oath of guardian. Attorney ad litem. Why? What? Order appointing guardian of property of minor. What does that mean? Reopen guardianship. Did they get a bunch of money or something? Depository for assets. This is all 1999. And then you go up, look at Fidelity Investments in the year 2000. This is their lawsuit or something. And you can't open any of it. It's all private. Ordering change of investments in 02. Damn. Order approving distribution and authorizing discharge in 2004. So that's all his money. That's for his settlement. Vivian, it's crazy. But why does it say he's a ward? That seems awfully weird to me. Doesn't it? And you can't view any of these dockets. Huh. Protected. Probably because he was underage, right? I know, Marco. It's weird, isn't it? But I thought that shit happened in California when he got hit. What year would Stephan have been born? I mean, 98. How old would he have been? Strange shit, man. Strange things. Yeah, I thought they said he was six or 7 or 8. A ward of the court, so he was in juvie. We're going to have to dig more. Weird.
They were just little puncture scars, and asking what it was. He said, well, that's where they went in and they fixed the artery over the ureter. There's no problem with his kidney after that. But because there was a kidney involved surgery, he was deemed disqualified. Passed all of his testing with flying colors, but because of that,
I'm sure he did.
That was a real blow.
So she said he wanted to go in the Air Force and he couldn't because of his kidney surgery.
To him, it kind of upended everything he thought he wanted to do with.
He would have been 11 or 12.
Yeah. So, and he would have been roughly what, like 19, 20 at that point when he applied for the Air Force?
18.
18?
18 straight out of hospital.
Gotcha. Okay.
In fact, I took him to the recruitment office.
Oh, I'm sure you did, Mama.
I was.
Did you notice?
I bet it was jail or military. What the Fox says there's more to the story why they took him out of school. And you know what sucks is that we can't get any records from minors. You know what I mean? Dr. John says it all. His face says it all right now.
After he was rejected for that, did you notice any changes in his demeanor?
Very depressed, very angry. Angry that which ended up being so minimal was going to cause such a huge rift in his life.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And I presume that he couldn't revisit that after they reject him once, then it's...
No, it stays on their record forever.
What's on your record forever? Your kidney scars? Listen.
It stays.
Couldn't revisit that after they reject him once, then it's...
No, it stays on their record forever.
Mr. Stearns, his hands, he hasn't stopped rubbing them together. Hey, little mama.
Lauren, it sounded like you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There was a phone call I was getting and it came up on my earphones and I thought everyone could hear it. So I apologized, but I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Okay. No, I'm waiting for you to make sure that you have all of your questions. I have a few more questions, but not until you feel like you understand enough.
The military, he said.
Thank you guys for sending over kind of a summary of your thoughts before this interview. That was helpful to me. There was one thing that
they sent over a summary of their thoughts before they did this interview. Did you hear that?
That I wanted to read here that really stood out for me. You said, I mean, there's a lot of things that stood out, but this is one that I thought was really interesting, given what we know about what happened with Madeline. I don't have page numbers here, but I'll just read it. You said Stephan has a deep empathy for people and was the person most of his friends turned to when they were in trouble.
Yes.
No, Stephan would have been born in the 80s. My son was born in 95 and he's 29. Stephan's like 37 years old, I think.
And you also talked about how he considered becoming maybe a drug counselor and helping people with that, right? And
what?
That was after David's death. Yeah.
Who's David?
And so I think what's interesting.
That was after David. Who's David?
To me, I'll have you guys talk about that in a second. I just want to reflect on that for a minute. Is that I think there's this tendency to want to pigeonhole people and say, this guy's a monster, or he's a psychopath, or whatever. But when you say that and you talk about that side of him, I think it's important to recognize this is your son, and this is a complex human being with a lot of different emotions. And even though you guys describe him as a liar and a gaslighter and all, he's all these negative things, it's also important to remember that this is someone with a lot of empathy. And someone who for the most part, it sounds like he did want to do good, or
he's playing right into their hands to get them to spill the beans, so to speak.
He wanted to be close to people, to be close to you guys. And so I just want to point out that people can be contradictory. Things are never as simple as they seem, right? And so I thought maybe I would just throw this over to you guys to talk about those contradictions in your son and how he wasn't just one thing. He was a multitude of things.
Aren't we all?
Right. But could you maybe talk about, can you tell us a little bit about the empathy and the positives and the things you really loved about Stephan?
Okay. I'm a big animal person. He had such a love for animals. He was so careful with them. I mean, even when he was living with Jen, they found a kitten in the parking lot that was basically dying, and they scooped it up and took it down and brought it back. She still got the cat. When he went to help us move Chris's sister out of a place where she was and into a hospital, because she has some problems.
She's in assisted living. She has dementia.
Yeah, she has advanced dementia, but she had a dog. Well, they found that dog in the apartment in horrible conditions with a harness that was grown into his body and stuff.
What? A harness grown into his body? Thank you, What the Fox. Says, thanks, Jay, for what you do. Thank you, What the Fox. I appreciate you. David is the friend that OD'd. Nicole says, no way I'd defend my son if he committed these crimes. Hell no.
Stephan couldn't leave the dog behind. He brought the dog home with him, and on the way home, he called. He said, we've got to get him washed. We've got to get him groomed. He smells. He's got poop all over him, and and so we did. We paid for that. And he brought that dog home, and that's Sailor, and that's who Jen has now as her ESA. So,
emotional support animal. That's who Jen has as her ESA.
He loved the animal. Loved his horse Rue. Really did. Loved all the horses. Loved all the poodles here. He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home, he couldn't take Shadow with him. And Jen didn't want a big dog because he would jump up and knock Madeline over.
Oh, the poodle came before Madeline, huh? She didn't like that because that poodle would jump up and knock Madeline over.
He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home, he couldn't take Shadow with him. And Jen didn't want a big dog because he would jump up and knock Madeline over. So when the chance came to rehome Shadow, we did. And that broke his heart because we did that. But
so they got rid of the dog because Jen wouldn't let the dog come live there because she didn't want Maddie jumped on. So they got rid of it. Is that was that Stephan's punishment for choosing Jen and Madeline over the dog?
Skippy the squirrel.
Skippy the squirrel. Yes, he was always bringing animals home. He got bitten by a snake, and he came and got me. He says, he's holding his, it bit me. I'm going, okay. Found a bucket, had a splatter stream from the frying pan. I put over the top of the bucket. We jumped in the car, ran to the emergency room, and I'm going in there. I'm saying, I don't know what happened or what it is, but my son has been bitten by a snake. Well, this is Florida. We've got quite a few. And I remember that the guy said, well, can you describe the snake? I said, well, yeah. I said, here it is. And I handed him the bucket and everybody cleared the room. I mean, people were running. So found out that it was fairly harmless, but still, he would just reach down and grab them, pick them up. Lizards, the chameleons, the aquarium. Oh my God. And then he brought home this.
Look at how elated she is to talk about Stephan. Guys, I mean, are you seeing how elated she has been? She hasn't sat back in her chair once. She sat all the way the hell up. Sorry. But she sat all the way up.
This huge soft-shelled turtle that had been hit by a car. Well, we had a pool in the backyard where he could rehab that. And my horse was badly hurt in an accident. And I rehabbed him. And really, I think all of us kind of tended to go in that direction with rehabbing animals. And he was going to try rehabbing people, I guess. I don't say that casually. I mean it seriously. He had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have probably, but he never got addicted to it. So I think he empathized with people who did. He thinks seriously. He had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have probably, but he never got addicted to it. So I think he empathized with people who did, if that helps. I don't know. He always things that really made me angry, still does, is he always covered for his friends. He would lie to us about what they were doing when they were doing something wrong. And I felt like that was disloyal to us because he would bring them into our house and ask us to help them. And I would, because my mother did the same thing to me. Any of us who had a friend in need, my mother's house was open. If she had a child in need, house was open.
A child in need? Weird.
She took me back in when I needed it. During our almost divorce that everybody seems to be so interested in. It happened over 30 years ago, and
wow,
if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger, why can't they just leave us alone about it?
I've never heard shit about your divorce or your almost divorce, but thanks for bringing it up, because I don't really care about your damn divorce. Have y'all ever heard their divorce even spoken about?
Interested in. It happened over 30 years ago, and if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger.
Forgive each other for what?
About it?
What happened, Chris? What happened? What'd you need to forgive each other about? No one knew until y'all said anything. Now I want the tea. Now I want the fucking tea. I know my dog took off.
And I don't leave us alone to get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger. Why can't they just leave us alone about it? And I don't think that affected Stephan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months?
Okay, Stephan was 7. So around the time he got hit, y'all were in this divorce thingy for 3 or 4 months?
A minute.
A minute. Didn't last that. And I don't think that affected Stephan.
Did you see her face?
And I don't think that affected Stephan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months? About it. And I don't think that affected Stephan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months?
A minute.
A minute out of 44 years.
Did you talk to Stephan about that situation?
I never gave him the reason why. And I was going to California because I had to have some surgery done and I needed to have somebody that could help me rehab from it because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
No, he was.
Exposed to what, dude?
Not.
So it was like a moot point.
Huh? You had to go to California to have surgery. He was never exposed to what? The fact that you were separated? Marco, that's Summer Lou. That is Summer Lou. These people are full of excuses about everything. That's what makes everybody side eye you.
Somebody that could help me rehab from it because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
No, he was not.
So it was like a moot point.
I guess it was a point. But I didn't run away to California just to escape Chris. I went there because Chris was working and traveling and I needed help.
Where did Stephan go? Dude, this is really uncomfortable. This is, I feel like I'm listening to a conversation that I shouldn't be listening to, if you know what I mean.
My mother offered to help.
Okay. So you don't see that as having any impact upon Stephan?
No. If anything,
he was what, 7 years old at that time?
Yeah, he was in elementary school.
Yeah. Again, he wasn't part of it. There wasn't any confrontations because we were separated at the time. So it was just, no, he was not involved.
Huh?
So just in general, as a child, how would you describe Stephan?
Before or after?
I would say it's two sides of the same coin. There was one side absolutely delightful and beautiful and wonderful and proud to be his parents, and there was the other side that came later that sometimes you didn't even like him. I mean,
but what part were you proud of when he was younger, Stearns? He was drinking. He wasn't, doing his schoolwork. You had to pull him out of school because his ass wouldn't get out of bed. What has Stephan ever done to make you proud, Mrs. Stearns? It's okay if you say nothing. It would make more sense if you said nothing.
I can say I can love somebody, but I don't have to like them. I don't have to like the way they act. But that doesn't mean I don't love them. And that doesn't mean that we're ever, despite what anybody on YouTube says or anybody hints at, we are not abandoning our child. He is wounded. He is having PTSD in jail. He has lost a tremendous amount of weight. He is on heart medication, high blood pressure medication, which he was not before. And I understand that people think that he needs to suffer. Well, yes, okay. He needs to be punished and maybe he needs to suffer. But don't expect me as a mother to turn off my heart and say, buddy, you're on your own. I don't like you. I don't like what you did, and I'm not going to stand by you one bit, because I want him, for the time he has left on this earth, and we don't know how long it is, I will give him as much support as he wants and needs. I want him to be strong in body, mind, and spirit. I want him speaking to God. I want him asking for forgiveness. If we can do what we can to keep his mind active, because he is in solitary and has been for 8 months, I will
Ooh,
send him as
Gremlin.
many books as he wants to read. And it's nobody else's damn business what I do with my money or where I send a book.
Then why are you on this program talking about it? Guess what, Mrs. Stearns? They're going to continue getting all of his records. Get used to it. Get used to it. And once he's on death row, he won't be getting any of those things. You won't be talking to him, so get used to it. Don't call the prison or the jail and ask for a wellness check on your son who's in solitary because he unalived a 13-year-old girl. Stop it. Look how angry she is. Look at that face. Holy.
They all have to be approved by the jail. So, and if we want to give him commissary money so he can have coffee or hard candy, whose business is it of it?
Guess what? The public. That's why it's freedom of information, baby. Freedom of information. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Debbie, and I gladly thank the Florida Sunshine Statutes who gave that right to me. I mean, are you kidding me? Mrs. Stearns.
Really? Wouldn't they do the same? Wouldn't anybody?
Sure.
I mean, I don't understand.
Send all the commissary you want. People are going to get the records. So just shut up. Why even talk about it?
And throwing them out like bad fish.
Yeah, our love is unconditional and
I mean, I don't understand throwing them out like bad fish.
Oh, like he did to Maddie? Like he did to Maddie. I don't imagine throwing him out like bad fish. He's worse than bad fish. Y'all, I cannot with these people. My God. What the fuck?
Wouldn't they do the same? Wouldn't anybody? I mean, I don't understand.
It's her
throwing them
chair.
out like bad fish.
yeah, our love is unconditional and unwavering. It's not going to happen. So, and I don't know how a parent could take that attitude and just abandon their child in spite of what they did. Obviously, there's a reason for what happened. He certainly wasn't raised that way, and he certainly wasn't raised that way, and he certainly wasn't raised that way, and we're just not going to abandon him. It's not going to happen.
You're his parents.
Yep.
I'm going to read, just to reiterate this point. I'm going to read another short paragraph here that you guys sent that I think makes this point very well. And this is from you guys prior to our interview. It says, as long as Stephan remains on this earth, the love for our son is deep, unconditional, and unwavering. We will not abandon Stephan. We also are not trying to make excuses for him. He did this, and we know that now.
Yep.
That's all you did was make excuses, though.
So I think it's important to reiterate that not only the unconditional love, but also the recognition that your son did a horrible thing.
Can't escape that. We are 100% on board with the fact that he is possibly identified as the lone perpetrator of all this.
that does not mean that I'm letting Jen off the hook at all. I cannot believe that somebody let this go on underneath their nose for 7 years. I don't understand how she didn't have a connection with Maddie enough that Maddie could go and say, hey, maybe my, something's not right here.
Well, even the
Or I'm
roommates,
scared or whatever.
roommates even questioned Jen. I said, "You're okay with this? You're allowing this?" I was like, "Huh?" And apparently she did.
But the immunity just galls me. I'm sorry. It galls me. All of the lies.
That's what galls her. You heard it. That's what galls her. We haven't heard one time that it galls her that their son did this. And you know what? Furthermore, they are so deep in denial, they really need to stay off the internet. They really do. They're causing a mob by doing this. These folks do not even realize the magnitude of what their son did. There's no way that they understand the loss of Madeline. Ugh, this is just gross.
All of the things that she did are all wiped clean. She never has to worry about it again.
Wow.
Did they give her complete immunity?
Conditional.
Well, I think it's, I forgot what they call it, derivative? No.
Derivative immunity. Yeah. Which essentially means that at this point in time, she cannot be charged with that interview that she gave or what she shares with police. But if there's additional evidence of a crime that shows up, she could still be charged for.
Yeah.
Well, ask yourself the big question.
What's that, Debbie?
Really big question out there. All of that stuff on the computer, all of that stuff on his phone, all of the money that was coming in by the handfuls and the way they were spending it. Where
money coming in by the handfuls? I can't wait to see the bank records in this case. How do they know how much money was coming in? What is going on here? Debbie definitely hated Jen. What the fuck?
Where did it come from? And could she, obviously she also participated in spending the money, so they were
watch Chris's hand.
Money that was coming
Does
in
he
by the
squeeze her leg to stop?
And the way they were spending it.
Watch.
Where did it come from? And could she, obviously she also participated in spending the money, so do you think she was at all culpable?
Yep.
We don't know that.
What? Ooh.
And could she, obviously she also participated in spending the money, so do you think she was at all culpable?
We don't know that.
Don't know.
We're very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on, and of course the police won't tell us anything about that. That was
enterprise? Some kind of enterprise? Santa?
one conversation. We're very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on, and of course the police won't tell us anything about that. That was one conversation or question I had with them, and it almost sounded like they acknowledged Stephan and eliminating Jen, but something definitely was going on, and I haven't been able to figure that out. But I feel there's something else out there. There's a bigger web, possibly.
What?
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
As far as I know, I mean, that in all the images they have, there's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stephan.
There was a big edit right there.
There's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stephan.
Right. I think there's definitely a lot of interest in Jen's potential role, and it's certainly something we've raised on our channel in terms of what did she know and what was her involvement. And right now, my presumption is that while she may not have been the best mother, there's not sufficient evidence to really charge her with any crimes at the moment, or to implicate her, in any of the.
Exactly, eccentric. He had to squeeze her leg because Deb was about to get them sued by Jen. Did they know Santa?
Illegal proceedings that we know of, and that's not to say that can't change.
Yeah.
Mm.
So at this point, we, I guess the next step is the trial, unless, like I said, another shoe drops. But we're not expecting anything else. Of course, we haven't expected any of this either. So, we just sit and wait, and we haven't expected any of this either. So, we just sit and wait and for the next wave of information, if there is anything. I still think it's an open investigation to some degree, but to what extent, I don't know.
I would like to say something.
Please.
And that is that for all that I thought that their relationship was toxic, which I did.
This is disturbing.
And I liked Jen. I didn't love Jen, but I liked her. And I feel great pain for her having lost this child and her family. I can't put that aside, that she has lost her child. And so for that, my heart goes out to her, and I say prayers for her. I say prayers for Maddie. I say prayers for Stephan.
Did you know, though, that his dad gave the cops a computer that had no hard drive in it? Did you guys know that?
Yeah, so much tragedy in all of this. It's just, what started out as going to a birthday party has turned into an absolute nightmare. I wish I was able to prevent him from going, but it was Maddie's birthday, and that was an occasion.
Asked him to come.
So
she called and asked him to come. Did you hear her? She called and asked him to come.
She called and specifically asked him to come.
No, yeah.
She
that was
called
an
and
occasion.
asked him to come.
So
she called and specifically asked him to come.
No, yeah.
You happen to live, we've talked about this, in the same city as the Laundries, the Laundries, Brian Laundrie's parents.
Yeah.
And people have compared you to them. And I want to point out something that I think is very clear from the FOIA documents, and that is that you've continuously cooperated with police. And I want to point that out, and thank you for that. And while...
Yeah, and you know what police department they dealt with? Freaking Northport, who couldn't even put their eyes on Brian Laundrie when they went to the door.
Your voices have sometimes shifted through the process because, as you've stated, you learned things along with the public. You were processing things. I know that since we've been talking to you, and admittedly we have talked to you before this interview, you share different views, and we've watched you sort of progress with the truth and the information that has come out there, just as we have, just as everyone has. And I want to point that out and acknowledge that for you, and see that you're changing your views and you're shifting your views and you're open. You also shared with us something that, I can't even fathom, as you learned about things slowly and were, again, processing and taking this in, and you handed over evidence to police. Here you go. Here's this, here's this hard drive. Take whatever you want. You let them to your home. Police is what I mean.
They brought
And
our dogs in.
yeah.
I mean,
Let her finish your thought.
okay.
No, go ahead. You can interrupt anytime. This is for us to listen to you.
Well, what's interesting, like I said, that Wednesday back in February, while I'm waiting to talk to the police, I'm not even sure they're even going to talk to me. Opening conversation was, were you aware that Stephan was in Northport? What exit do you live off of? Do you know that Stephan was in Northport? I go, what? You're serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour, he's out of there. He actually run room. Serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour, he's out of there. He actually runs to St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport. And I said, you're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen called me, I go, do you know where Stephan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where's Stephan? He isn't with you? I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left, because I told the police that after I found that out. So
wait a minute. The hard drive was removed. How would you know the hard drive was in it? Look at her looking at him. How would he know that the hard drive was inside the computer? That doesn't even make sense. That he gave them a tower, computer tower, that had no hard drive in it, but he knows the day before it was in there? Nope.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
he purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well,
how did you know it was there the day before? How the fuck did you know that? Did you look at the images that were on it? What the fuck? Wait a minute. What do you mean Stephan was using it? No. Hang on. I got to hear this again. Hang on. Well, why is he turning on Stephan's computer? Why is he even touching Stephan's computer? Why is he trying to boot it up? None of this makes sense. Listen again. Listen. Oh, hey, listen. Why'd he go to, oh, hey, there's this computer. Listen.
He's out of there. He actually runs to St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport. And I said, you're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen called me, I go, do you know where Stephan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where's Stephan? He isn't with you? I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left, because I told the police that after I found that out. So he purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well,
see, does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me.
Again, as I explained to the police, very forthcoming, that Saturday evening, he was having some sort of anxiety panic attack, and I've never, ever seen this expression on his face. Never. And something he had some sort of information and had no idea what it was, but he was really panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So,
was the hard drive removed because of something going on with Santa's investigation? Did he get a hint? Did something happen where, because Santa was raided, listen, the investigation into Santa started in the fall, but check this out. Santa, St. Cloud, arrest, James Cox. March 6th. March 6th. March 6th. Keep that in the back of your heads.
We're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one.
What?
One in the, both of them computer, one had nothing, just panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So, we're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one in the, both of them computer, one had nothing, just like the
Oh my God, Rachel.
The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names.
You, what? Look at Lauren. She's like, oh my God, dude, what the fuck did we just hear? She's like, no, it was just the file names. It was just the file names, dear. Not that we didn't see anything. What?
In fact, I put one in the, both of them computer, one had nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good.
The description? What? What kind of description? You saw the thumbnails. Stop it. You moused over it and you saw the thumbnails.
Nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good. And I texted the detective and told him that I had some evidence to turn over to him. It took them 3 weeks to come collect it. And in fact, I had to remind them I had this and that it was sitting here waiting for them to come collect. And then to learn later, in July, when I had a conversation with them before this information was dumped out, that there were 35,000 images on that USB drive. And I couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. I mean, he had to get access to a data dump of some sort, but it's just unbelievable. And why did he have possession of something like that?
Why didn't he take it to the police department? Wait a minute. They didn't come get it, and he didn't say, oh my God, I need this out of my house. You can't unsee what you see. Oh. The fuck? They were seeing if he, oh my God. Why would you even want that in your house?
The detective and told him that I had some evidence to turn over to him. It took them 3 weeks to come collect it. And in fact, I had to remind them I had this and that it was sitting here waiting for them to come collect. And then to learn later, in July, when I had a conversation with them before this information was dumped out, that there were 35,000 images on that USB drive. And I couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. I mean, he had to get access to a data dump of some sort. It's just unbelievable. And why did he have possession of something like that? But every time we found evidence, I immediately notified the police. I mean,
he said one of the USB drives had nothing on it. Oh my God. You guys, this is, I can't. I really can't with this. This is scary as fuck. I would have dropped it off. I would have went there and dropped it off myself. Oh my God. Why would you have that in your home for 3 weeks? I hope they took his computer to see if he accessed those images in those 3 weeks.
We didn't want it in the house. It was toxic.
Yeah, didn't want it in the house, but at the same time, we didn't want any appearances of being complicit in trying to.
We didn't want it in the house. It was toxic.
Yeah, didn't want it in the house, but at the same time, we didn't want any appearances of being complicit in trying to cover anything up. We were, at this point, we weren't interested, and we wanted the truth out there.
Yeah, I remember you.
We weren't interested in what?
Sharing that, discovering that 30 over, I just can't even imagine how many images, and learning, right, that Stephan had this in his possession. And I can only imagine.
I didn't even know I don't know how big that drive was, but I didn't imagine that you could hold 35,000 images on it, Well, I guess they can hold gigabytes of stuff, so I guess they can, but it's just hard to believe it.
I feel sorry for the person who went through it and looked at every single image.
And the detectives did. Yep.
I mean,
look at Lauren. Wow. Y'all, this is scary. What the fuck? What's going on? Uh-oh.
Well, I guess they can hold gigabytes of stuff, so I guess they can, but it's just hard to believe it.
I feel sorry for the person who went through it and looked at every single image.
And the detectives did. Yep.
I mean, how do they unsee that stuff? How do they even? I feel like I need to give prayers for them. They really, that had to have been so hard. So hard. And people who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or,
Huh? What?
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
What did she just say? Who the fuck said that, Mrs. Stearns? Who in the fuck ever said that about Madeline? Oh my God, goodness gracious.
So hard. And people who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or, throw her in the woods and let bears eat her, or whatever.
Huh?
I don't think that he did that. I think he was careful in placing her where she would be found quickly. I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when the supposed disappearance happened, and Stephan describing trafficking, what have you. I went to bed.
Huh? What is going on? Oh my God. One-eyed Flo, hug me. Hug me. What the fuck? Oh my God.
And placing her where she would be found quickly. I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when the supposed disappearance happened, and Stephan describing trafficking, what have you. I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, crammed full of other kids and going to be deprived of food and water.
What? What? What is he talking? Look at Dr. John. What is he talking about? A shipping container? What? Huh? Huh?
Trafficking, what have you. I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container.
He went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, but she was dead on the side of the road. Sin. Flo.
Crammed full of other kids and going to be deprived of food and water and access to the bathroom for days on end and what have you. That.
What? Was he going to put her in Alligator Lake and he got a flat tire and he couldn't do it? He didn't expect her to be found?
Bing bang.
Oh my God. Flo. Sin. Oh my God, you guys.
Psychopathy.
This is jolting. Jolting.
That was the impression I was left with Monday evening, and then carried over into
God,
Tuesday,
girl.
and even later into that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up and that there was something more serious involved. I mean, really ticked me off.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety.
Really, and
what?
Not carried over into Tuesday, and even later into that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up and that there was something more serious involved. I mean, really ticked me off.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety, which we don't need in our condition. And that was what I was doing out there, screaming at God. Why? Why would you do this? I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian, but I am a Christian, and I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
But I am a Christian, and I do love people. I just don't understand them all the time.
Holy
shit. But I do have empathy for them, and I do, even these people who have sent me some ugly things. I know it's probably hard for anybody to believe that I would actually say prayers to these people, but I think something triggered them, maybe something in their background, in their life that was similar. And I feel so bad for them that they see these things and then they relive it.
If you guys need to take a little break, step away and come back. But we got to get through this. We're almost done. This has been long. We've been live for 4 hours. We only have like 15 minutes left. So if you need to step away, please step away. This is a lot.
I can't imagine it. I know what it feels like to feel helpless.
Do you feel that, so setting aside Jen's responsibility, that's still unknown, right? We can speculate, as you said, we're speculating, we don't know. Do you feel, though, that Stephan manipulated Jen?
I think they manipulated each other.
Yes, yeah.
They manipulated. She was...
based on his actions, that Monday morning, he certainly knew how to manipulate her. I mean, going in to collect the dog, making sure she didn't come out of the bedroom. He's got Maddie up hours ahead of school. School didn't start till 9:38, and he's got her up at 7.
Right.
And he's going out the door at 7:30. What's he going to do for 2 hours? I mean, when you see this timeline of stuff, and he goes, "Oh my God!" But again, taking the steps necessary to preserve, his privacy or his actions, and going in and collecting the dog, taking the dog out. And, hey, Jen, do you go back to bed? Oh, okay, thanks, appreciate it. Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was underhanded, sneaky. I mean, Lauren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident, because he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
What?
He got mad and that.
Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was underhanded, sneaky. I mean, Lauren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident, because he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, don't. That's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but
wait.
It's what he told you.
Okay, wait. They started with just saying, I hope this is what happened, but now she's saying, this is what happened. Listen again. I pray to God it was an accident, right? Then she says he got mad, and then she says it like it's a fact. Listen.
And that it was an accident.
Listen.
I mean, Lauren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. Because we had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed.
He did tell her that he put her, she went to bed. Huh?
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around.
Watch Chris's hand too.
We had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and
he just fucking nudged her again. He just nudged her again. These people have so much more information. Oh my God.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
These people piss me off.
And when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay.
What? Okay. She just says, okay, so definitively.
He put her, she went to bed, and when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold.
Why was he mad? Because she had a crush on someone? Was he mad? Was he pissed off that she talked about the boy that she liked? Is he that psychotic that he did this out of jealousy? What the hell, lady? You just told us how he did it. You said, oh, I pray it was an accident. And then you tell us what he told you.
It was an accident. We had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, don't know if that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but.
It's what he told you.
Why was he mad?
Yeah.
Why was he blowing off steam? Oh my God. And Chris, if you keep touching your head, your ear, what are you doing? What are these people doing? He found her cold.
It's just
lips are moving. Don't know if it's the truth.
Right. It's just what he's relaying.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you do a lot right now to protect and process what happened. I guess, do you have anything else, John, to say when it comes to this, or could I?
Yeah, you and I, we've talked about this on previous shows, but
okay, so everybody that keeps saying she's pregnant, I don't think so. In the state of Florida, the charges would reflect that. They really do think they're saving face, I think. Do you know what I'm saying, though? There would be charges that would reflect a pregnancy, in my opinion. Don't you think?
I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like a very logical explanation to say it's an accident. It at least as much as saying it's premeditated. So yeah, I don't think it's clear cut. I mean, Stephan knows.
Stephan knows.
Yeah.
Stephan knows. We don't.
Whether or not he's telling us, we don't know.
Right. When did he tell them that? Good question, Amy.
Yeah. Whether he'll.
Was it when he went to visit Mama at Northport while Dada was up at the hotel? Huh? Did he go visit Mama? Because they said these dogs go berserk, right? So Stephan came in, had the time to open up a computer, remove the hard drive in the middle of the night. The dogs go crazy, yet Mama doesn't get up and say, what the fuck are you doing? Or why are you here? They had no idea that Stephan or Stephan, whatever the fuck his name is, was in Northport. But they said that these are like Dobermans with hair on their ass. Thank you, YouTube bad actors. Thanks for waiting a few days. Your analysis is on point. Thank you. But if you really think about it, well, I'm sure if she's being SA'd, you know, for a young girl who is menstruating, yes, pregnancy would be a concern, right? I mean, we all know the birds and the bees. But he went there in the middle of the night, took apart this tower, removed the hard drive, put it back together, all without mom knowing, then went to the storage unit, put the hard drive in the storage unit. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. But you know what? 13-year-old girls don't have regular periods. Okay? They just don't. They're not like clockwork yet. Yeah, who told him to throw to alligators? His mom? Was he heading to Alligator Lake and got a freaking flat tire?
Whether he'll ever tell us the truth, who knows,
Tish.
right? But I presume if somebody's going to find out, it would be you two.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't think he wants to put himself in a bad light with us. I think he wants to preserve some sort of image of himself as being culpable, but not completely culpable.
Yeah, see, there's just no way for him to communicate with us without everybody knowing. You can't have face-to-face meetings. Everything's either text with the tablet or a phone call, and it's all monitored. So,
yeah.
Well, guess what? When he goes on death row, he won't have a freaking tablet.
We'll never know.
But
go ahead.
Even when they.
Right, but how easy is it to do, Spice Bliss, when you have these dogs that they call Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass that will attack people? He comes there in the middle of the night. Mom doesn't hear a fucking thing, right? Conveniently, he's able to take apart a hard drive in the middle of the night, not alert anyone that he's in the house, and then put it back together and then leave the house quietly. I just call bullshit.
Even when they are recording you, they still write things in their reports that are wrong. Can I assure?
Oh, wow. He's touching his head again. She's saying even when they're recording you, they write things in their reports that are wrong.
You that I was never taken out of this house and got taken to an emergency room by the police.
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet?
What?
I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for over 24 hours.
Wait, what?
I'm reporting you. They still write things in their reports that are wrong. Can I assure you that I was never taken out of this house and got taken to an emergency room by the police?
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet? I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for over 24 hours.
No one cares.
Okay.
Right.
I had a dizzy spell. They did.
No one gives a shit, lady. What are you even talking about?
Bring in an EMT, check my blood pressure. It was a little low. They asked if I wanted to be
welcome back, Amy.
Anywhere, and I said no. I'm fine.
Huh?
I just need to. That's not in the report. They said they transferred. They even gave the name of a hospital they supposedly took me to, which I've never heard of before. So I don't know how that happens unless they confused two different actions that night and put me in one place and with somebody
I'm
else.
on a fucking tilt-a-whirl. What is she talking about?
I don't know.
Well, the two of you are going through the unfathomable. Like, honest, I don't think I can't comprehend it while you're learning that a little girl that you love is missing and then learning that your son is responsible. You two are also dealing with a lot of, I'll call it this, harassment and threats.
What?
While you're just trying to process your life's falling
Who's
completely
threatening
apart,
these
or what you
people?
thought was your reality completely being turned upside down.
Who's harassing and threatening? Are they talking about playing videos as harassment? Something in a police report about her going to a hospital. Like, no one even cares.
Can you talk a little bit about that too? Because I just feel like,
how come I don't see a
in this
teacup
true
in
crime
here?
community, the way we cover crime is important, and we so often dehumanize the people we're discussing.
Oh, there you are, teacup.
And I just was wondering if you could share a little bit about what you two have been dealing with.
Well, like I said, there's not a day that doesn't go by that we don't think about Maddie, and certainly
Thanks, What the Fox.
we wonder about Stephan, and we wonder if we'll ever know the reason how and why this came about. When did this start? How he got to this point?
Jesus.
Why he didn't.
We just covered how this started, when this started, that he's always been doing these nefarious, deviant things, and they're still sitting there. We came full fucking circle with these people. When do you stop? Like, when do you realize that banging your head against a brick wall fucking hurts? By the way, no, we don't know the details. We probably never will, because Maddie was a minor. So even though the records in Florida are pretty wide open, when it comes to minors, they still do protect their privacy on important things like autopsies and, you know, toxicology and things like that. Yeah, exactly, Nick Hummer. It's like, damn.
Feel the need to come to us and tell us that he had a problem?
That's not the question.
What's the question?
Oh, she says that's not the question. Hold on.
The question.
This came about. When did this start? How he got to this point? Why he didn't feel the need to come to us and tell us that he had a problem?
That's not the question.
What's the question?
The question is how we're dealing with the harassment, and I'm the one that's getting the harassment.
Oh, the dad makes one mention that Stephan has a problem. Did you catch this? He has a problem. The dad makes one mention. They have been in denial this whole time. Yeah, we know the cause of death, but we're not going to see the autopsy or the toxicology, Andicart, in my opinion. He says why he didn't feel comfortable coming to us and telling us he had a problem. This woman does not want to even hear of such. That wasn't the question, she says. He says, oh, well, what was the question? It's about the harassment, how we're handling the harassment. I'm the one getting the harassment. You think this woman loved Maddie?
Okay. Why he didn't feel the need to come to us and tell us that he had a problem?
That's not the question.
What's the question?
The question is how we're dealing with the harassment, and I'm the one that's getting the harassment.
Okay.
I'm getting the ugly text messages. I'm getting the ugly phone calls. The horrible, horrible descriptions of what they want done to my son. The horrible descriptions of what they want me to do to myself. They suggested several ways I can kill myself. One woman was it was funny actually. She sent me a text and says,
a text?
Deborah, there's a man in the woods. I'm sure that was supposed to scare me. Like there's somebody out there, you know, going to take pot shot at me. Well,
what?
Good luck. But I because I'm from the South, I guess I have a wacky sense of humor, but I wanted to send her a text back that says, sweetheart, this is the South. There's always men in the woods. We don't know what they're doing. They're pissing, they're spitting, they're shooting. I don't know what they're doing, but they're in the woods.
Whoa. Can we all get out our little violins? And you know what, Debbie, whatever. There's a feature called block. Okay? You can block someone from texting you and calling you. Because we really don't care about your sob stories.
So if you thought you were scaring me, no.
But yeah, people trying to scare you. Wow.
Yes, we have people saying that they're going to come down here. We have people saying that what they would like to see happen to me. And then have graphic descriptions of what they want to see happen to Stephan. Male and females do this. It's not that. And they can get to us no matter where, because every time we do something, like change our phone number, then they dox us again on YouTube and give us the new.
Dox? She just said dox. Here's that word again. This is the
psychopathy
keyword on YouTube. Dox. Okay, I think that we need the fucking YouTube soundbite. Right, meow. Let's get the violins up. Let's get the wine glasses and the cheese up. And let's take a little 15-second breather.
YouTuber, because leave it up to YouTube, you know? Leave it up to YouTube. This is like my last straw. Like, every person that I meet on YouTube is the most up piece of like, leave it up to YouTube.
Phone numbers. So we're aware, because every time we do something, like change our phone number, then they dox us again on YouTube and give us the new phone numbers. So, I mean, how many times do you have to change your phone number in your business cards?
Gosh.
Oh, gosh. How many times do you have to change your phone number on your business cards?
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff long and swung. And
What do we have to do? Do we have to live in self-confinement all the time? Afraid to even go to the grocery store because somebody might walk up to me in a parking lot and accost me?
What?
Is somebody following us as we go around and we don't know? Cars parked around. We don't know if somebody's hiding in them watching us. Chris walked out the other day and there was a person out front with a cell phone taking pictures of our house. So, you know, said he was, what did he say he was?
He was taking some B-roll for somebody.
Where B-roll is, taking B-roll for a television show, I guess.
Get used to it, Stearns. This is just the beginning. Wait till the trial's over, Stearns. B-rolls being taken out front.
Did I ask them to do that?
Get used to it.
Everyone's get treated like scum.
Yeah, but we're not the story. We're not the face of this. You know,
you made yourselves
like
the face of
we're
it tonight.
Just as shocked by all of this, and we know as much as the public knows. No more and no less. Whatever's out there, and if we've missed something in some of these reports, well, again, as I said, we've seen enough evidence to convince ourselves that Stephan did this and was involved. We're not denying that.
I'll admit that I didn't believe it at first. I didn't. I support now. I do. And I'm not making excuses for him. But as for me, the more people screw with us and the more lies they say, the more angry I get. Because why? What?
Oh, thank you, Chris, for being a member for 1 month. Don't dox Deb. Doxgate 2024. Thank you for your support.
Gives them the right. They have no skin in the game. They don't know any of us.
Thank God.
They don't know anything about us, but they can sit there and just hold court on these shows, either by writing or by calling in and describe what they think we are and how we should be treated. Why? Why?
They're listening to call-in. They're listening to call-in shows. They're listening to call-in shows. Why are you listening to this? We're all asking ourselves, why? Why? Why was your son molesting a little girl for 6-7 years? Why? Why?
What does that do for them? And what does it do for us?
Right.
You got people who are brokenhearted and your life is falling apart and everybody's picking at you.
Don't watch it, lady.
Why?
Don't do
Why
it.
are people so mean? Why are they so vindictive and why are they so ugly about it?
Because it's a child. Wop, 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 wop. Why don't you understand that? Why do you have no empathy? Where's your empathy, Mrs. Stearns?
I don't understand that. We don't do that to people.
Oh my
We
God.
wouldn't do it to somebody else. You think we live here where the Landrys are? Do you think we went and harassed the Landrys and said, why did you do this? Why did you help him get away? Why did you do that? You know, didn't you know what was going on? No, it's none of our business. Well, it's none of their business about us either. That's the whole thing.
La la la.
Taken up for the Landrys.
But they're so attracted to it and they're so inflamed by what they hear on the YouTube channels, and they're allowed just free reign. And
freedom of speech, baby.
Somebody said that we put in a complaint against YouTube, and we never done anything like that. We believe.
Guess what? Your name was attached to it. And I think it was against the docket for getting those FOIAs. I'm pretty sure that Christopher Stearns filed some kind of, I don't know what violation it was, against the docket.
We believe in the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, you know, is freedom of speech, but by the same choice or chance, you can't scream fire in a crowded room. That's against the law. Well, why would you turn somebody, why would you paint a target on my back, on my husband's back?
You just put it there yourselves.
What good does that do? You're not punishing the perpetrator. You're punishing people who had nothing to do with it and didn't know anything about it and are just as brokenhearted as anybody could be. Maybe more so because we actually knew these people and lived with them. These other people don't. They have no idea who we are.
Well, hopefully today will help with some clarification and some understanding.
Do you think it helped?
Of your story and your situation. And fear is a very potent toxin, right? You don't know how that toxin is going to affect people, but you're seeing it. Unfortunately, I think you're seeing it day to day.
Exactly, Flo.
And I can't imagine how difficult it must be to deal with just an unimaginable grief and at the same time to go through.
As she rubs her neck. What-Eyed Flo, thank you for your $10 super chat. My mama always said, it's not your business what I think of you, right? It's not your business what people think of you. They need that advice right now.
Through the harassment and all the things you're going through, that must be just a really difficult combination to deal with. So I feel for you guys.
You know, I sought help. I went to see a counselor, and I saw about 6 weeks. And then I finally, just on the last visit, I said, this isn't working out for us because you're not listening to me. You're falling asleep when I'm talking. Like, you know.
She went to counseling for 6 weeks. Debbie, whatever. That is not long enough to deal with whatever is going on in your dynamics. I think that the counselor probably wasn't falling asleep, but you probably weren't opening up or wanting to talk about the things that you were there to talk about. Just a hunch.
And it gives me a bad taste in my mouth about counselors. You know, are you just nothing but a paycheck to them? And I went there for help because I am dealing with my own depression.
You're being a Karen.
So,
yeah.
And I commend you for seeking help, whether or not this was the right counselor for you. It sounds like it is definitely not. But, just to go and to seek that help is difficult. And I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Right. Get a different
I
one.
hope that, I hope that we can find something better. I'm sorry.
I wish I could find somebody that acted like they cared. Really, and, maybe somebody who's dealt with other people going through this. I don't know. This is a small town. I don't know what's available here. But I mean, what do you do? Advertise.
More excuses. More excuses.
Hey, mother of a monster seeks help. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry you went through that. I the only thing I can say is sometimes in the mental health field, some therapists are a good fit and some aren't. So
Not like now I can drive over to your house.
Yeah. All right.
Not like now I can drive over to your house.
Yeah. All right.
But I thank you for listening to us. It's been helpful, and you guys you've been supportive without being enabling, and very professional, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the way you present things in your podcasts or your YouTube channel. I think you go for the truth, and I don't think you don't embellish it. And that's my problem with some of these people, is letting people on there to vent that are lying, and they don't know it, and they've just been used. That's sad.
Who's she talking about?
And in the meantime, we're sitting here being told, don't answer any of these, don't contact any of these people, don't try to refute it because you just make it worse. The attorneys told us that, said, shh, just be quiet. Don't try to stand up for yourself. Well, I'm not real good at not standing up for myself, but I've taken it for a long time now, and frankly, we're tired of it.
Yeah, understandably. Well, yeah. Thank you for allowing us to listen, and your voices. Every voice deserves to be heard and to listen to. Is there anything else you two feel like you want to share right now?
I am afraid that we will pass before Stephan does. And I worry about that. I worry about who will take care of him. I worry about who's going to bury him. And that bothers me. We're too old to go through this crap. We are. Too old and too beat up. But if he's executed, Chris has asked me if I wanted to be there. And I said yes.
We were there when he was born, we'll be there when he dies.
I want him to know that there are two people in that room that are going to be sad when he's gone. And then we will send him with love.
Hey, Micro Kimmy.
I'm done.
I'm gonna hit end recording now. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
All right. So what do you guys think? What are your thoughts? I mean, the end, she got kind of emotional there. I mean, I say let the justice system handle him. I think they're all on the right track. It was very bizarre. What about Maddie? Well, I mean, in all fairness, they were there to defend themselves, right? This is just a sad case all around. I agree. Nothing about Maddie, just about them. But I think that's why they were there, though. Crimes, yeah, they are enablers for sure. But they seem really worried about their image and, having to be out in the public, which I can understand. I can understand that part of it. While we were trying to, have a nice stream, we got a message from and that's EHHH. So we're going to go out with and said, I don't know if that's someone choking or what. Don't you owe your ex-husband Josh thousands of dollars? No, I don't. Aren't you a criminal in Michigan? No, I'm not. Aren't you in 2 lawsuits? No, I'm not. Girl, this is more messy than the crimes she talks about. Whatever that means. So you know what? We have a soundbite for you. Till you make your next. Is that Terry Lynn?
Going to the clinker, the big house.
But yeah, that's what this person decided to do while we're talking about Madeline Soto. Just saying. But even if I did, what the fuck is it to you? Y'all have no compassion for them? None? I know. Tony and Dylan. Yeah, I blocked them. They'll be back with a different name. I don't know if you're the investigator. Why don't you find out if I'm a criminal in Michigan? No one blocked your posts, Canadian. No one would do that. But see, I can't even talk about Madeline Soto without people coming in. You know who you are. But it was a great stream, guys. Thank you for being here today. We're going to wrap this one up. Until the next one. Summer Lou says goodbye. She's over here napping. Say bye to everybody. Remember, guys, knowledge is power. Don't be bullied. Don't be thrown off track by hateful people, hateful comments, people trying to scare people with personal things, making shit up. It's all good. We're here for the long haul. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Thanks for all the gifted membership. Wop, 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 wop. All right, we're going to dance it out. I will see you guys in the next one. Have a fun and safe weekend. I'll see you over on Everyday with Jay tomorrow morning. We're going to be doing some talking. So I'll see you guys there. I know it's been 4.5 hours. 4:38 to be exact. And thank you guys for all the concern during the hurricane. We are good. We got a few minor things to fix. But all in all, everything's good. This is Summer Lou. And from Summer Lou and Jay in Studio J in Clearwater, Florida, we are signing off. Let's roll our credits. Peace. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time. that's okay for me. Cause I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 I don't give a damn.
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
I don't give a damn.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer.